Laurent Fignon a dû mettre pied à terre tout à l'heure au moment de cette chute. J'ai vu on en discutait justement et...
The Tour de France began today.
La victoire pour Greg Van Avermaet qui termine le plus fort de sa
Fabio Cancellara just sat there and turned on the pace.
500 meters to go. Can he come around to the left-hand side now? Shaking hands. Tudor Pro Cycling have pulled off a huge shot, Brian Smith. Incredible.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around, we have bicycle racing all day long.
Third and fourth and fifth on the road coming through inside of 8.
Right. They are. They're ready to get lapped again. At least the fields aren't gigantic in that regard for you guys. But yeah, we all like revenue. Right. That's number one. Otherwise, what's the point?
7 laps to go. 7 laps to go. 3.5 miles. If this were a normal sized 1 mile crit, you'd be looking at 3.5 laps to go. But 7 laps to go on this course. 3.5 miles.
Okay, so again, coming through the final 2 corners, that looks like Adam Bino at the point. This is third, fourth, and fifth on the road with 7 laps to go. With 7 laps to go, battling for third, fourth, and fifth. 7 to go! And pretty cool. We have lacrits.com raising the standard, capturing every corner in Technicolor, every tight squeeze, every fantastic finish captured by the LA Crit cam. We're going to have drone footage. I'm sure the aerial footage is going to be insane with Mount Baldy, the snow-capped mountains on the north side. San Gabriel, 6 laps to go.
6 laps to go. 3 miles remaining for our lead group of 3. When actuality consists of Kevin Phillips and Ruben Meza. Now, having that extra rider does definitely change the outcome, especially if you go solo with a lap to go, and that rider that's no longer in contention but is still there, he could weld it together. You could see some off-the-books, different jerseys alliances happening here. Maybe Ruben Meza says, hey, look, I'll give you $20 not to chase me when I go. Wouldn't be the first time where dynamic things happen. Just because you got different jerseys on does not mean you don't have a teammate or a friend.
6 to go as we see Cat and Mouse in contention for third.
Our third place group is sat up to right around 21 miles per hour. It's content just to chill and sprint it out.
And at this rate, they're going to lap the field again. Here comes Ruben Meza. Here comes Kevin Phillips, your former U.S. national champ, with 5 laps to go.
2.5 miles of racing. That puts us well within the reach of a 4K pursuit. 4 kilometers, 2.4 miles. That's the zone at which Kevin Phillips is dangerous. If I had to guess, I say Kevin Phillips launches with a lap and a quarter to go. I say we see him come through the finish solo either with a lap, just over a lap to go, I think he's going to attack, or on the back stretch on the downhill. Try and put some space between him and Meza. Because if I had to guess, I would say Meza's got a better sprint, especially with these tight corners, having to accelerate. Anytime you have to go uphill or accelerate, weight matters. So it pays to be lighter. So our third place group here. Looking at 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go, race for third.
And Kevin Phillips is in a spot of bother, or he's got a gambit. Is Phillips in a spot of bother? It looks like he is trailing. He's looking at his machine. He might have an issue with the drivetrain. Kevin Phillips is detached. He's got an issue. We're at 4 laps to go. 4 to go. My goodness gracious. Pandemonium and chaos in the brake. Discombobulation as Phillips now looking at his machine. Oh, that is so unfortunate. No free laps at 4 to go, so he's in chase modality. I think he might be stuck in the small cookie. Phillips detached with a mechanical. He's looking to put some tokens into his e-battery, right? Anybody got any tokens, any quarters? Flat rear tire, flat rear. So the drivetrain is working, but he is on rims. Oh my goodness gracious. Kevin Phillips riding on rims right now with a mechanical. Ruben Meza alone. And here comes Meza. If he can hang in there and keep inflation, keep the PSI correct, the mundo, he's going to be looking good. Steve Remy wondering, yes, Kevin Phillips on his rims right now in disarray. On his rims is Kevin Phillips. Next lap, he's going to try to do a bike change. Kevin Phillips is going to do a bike change.
Hey, get that poor cell bullshit off. All right, leave it on, actually. It's kind of funny. No, leave it on. Actually, leave it on. Whatever, I don't care.
Let me get back before my race.
Okay, then you got 2 options now. Go to wherever the officials say. Don't listen to me. Werner, talk to Sam. Go, Ronnie, you're out. You're out. You're not doing what you think you're going to do. He's got this guy. Do not offer that bike. We're going to let him know he's got a bike.
All right, there is big drama at the Rose Garden right now as Bino is at 3 laps to go, battling for third with 3 laps to go. Meza has lapped the field twice. Meza now making a move, understanding that Phillips is going to try to get a bike exchange. Meza now over the top of a twice lapped field. Meza alone with 2 laps to go. Kevin Phillips, bike exchange available in the pit. In the pit, you are available. The big orange rider has a bike for Kevin Phillips with 2 laps to go. A bike exchange. This is going to be very clean. He's won the Madison. Phillips back on a new machine. Oh, the drama. I have never witnessed such drama here in Upland, California. Phillips has not given up the ghost. He's on a new rig. His blade is sharp. It may not fit, but he's going to give it a try. Phillips back in the race. Kevin Phillips back in the rumble seat. And a year that has been so implausible with 1 lap to go. Ruben Meza with 1 lap to go all alone. Kevin Phillips on a bike exchange cleanly in chase modality. Stage 2 cyclery named because the Tour of California came to Murrieta, California and said, all right, MGM Tour of California, we are going to have Stage 2 start in Murrieta, California. Thus the name, Stage 2 Cyclery Bike Shop. Ruben Meza racing for Stage 2 cyclery. Kevin Phillips, a wink of the eye. Bad luck with Phillips. If he can hang on to that new machine, he's good for second. With 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go. 1 to go. 1 to go.
And Ruben Meza bringing it in strong, not letting off the gas, taking a dominant win here, lapping the field. Phenomenal. Ruben Meza taking the W, your champion.
Ruben Meza, en esta la vida todo es posible con pasión, con corazón, and poquito dinero as Bart Clifford comes in for what should be third because he is lapped. So I believe Kevin Phillips is still surviving and searching and struggling on a new machine to get second place if he can come through. I'm right on that. Well, some days you're the baseball, some days you're the bat. No. I don't think so. And this is our man, Kevin Phillips. Bad luck today, but still the second steps taking silver. Kevin Phillips gonna say, hey man, thanks for the ride. Good for him to have to finish with PSI in the wheels.
You know it's a hard race when guys are finishing in dribs and drabs, making it an absolute puzzle for USAC officials to put together who is where.
Yeah, it could be that Steve Remy did get third. There were so many lapped riders. Bart Clifford in that sprint may have got fourth. We'll let the officials suss it out as Johnny Nis comes across. And there's Bino and there's Clifford. Please keep the course clear. Next on the schedule, our men Cat 3 racing for 50 minutes. right on, Upland, California, as we get our breath. That was an amazing race. Our men Cat 3 to the line. Category 3s to the line, please. Crazy Cat 3s, Killer 3s, racing for 50 minutes. To the line, Category 3s. And we will be broadcasting on lacrits.com, if not already. I'll be in the in-cycle box, the purple box, nestled and tucked here at the Upland Memorial Park, which is bound to the north by the east-west running Foothill Boulevard, also famously known as Route 66.
Very rarely do we get to see a standalone Category 2 field. After this race, we have a standalone Cat 2 field, which is nice if you're trying to get your Cat 1 upgrade. A lot of times, in order to get points, you have to beat all the existing Category 1 guys. So your only real opportunity is to get a stage race. A lot of times the stage races in Arizona will be a standalone Cat 2 field. Got some hitters in here. Dalton could be a factor. Hitch could be a dangerous man. Mike's Bikes represented.
Racers, you'll be racing for approximately 50 minutes. The lap cars are located right next to the in-cycle tent. They're right there. Single digits. Free lap. Here's the wheel pit. You have to come in here to get a new wheel. Free laps are stop at 8 laps to go. Riders who are in danger of being lapped may be pulled at my discretion. If you need medical, they're in the in-cycle tent on the inside of the field. Do not recross the finish line. If your results are important to you, check on theday.net before you leave, or else you can kiss your results goodbye. Keep your hands on your bike at all times. Very straightforward race. Any questions? The first lap is a neutral lap. You're not to pass the green car. It's going to lead you through the start-finish line once again. Any questions? Sounds good. You'll go on my whistle.
Category 3, 50 minutes. Should expect an average speed around 25, 26 miles per hour. Category 3 tends to be one of the most competitive and hardest to upgrade out of on account of a lot of riders just get stuck there. And once you get marked as being a stronger rider, people tend to watch you and not let you slip away. If you're looking to get your Cat 1, Cat 2 upgrade, a lot of times the best way to do it is a stage race and a single solo breakaway as a Cat 3 racer. Otherwise, once people know you're strong, they're going to watch you. Like playing man-to-man defense in basketball. Our neutral lap here. Following the charger. Make sure we find out where all the potholes are, which gutter is safe to shoot up, where the crosswind's at, when to hold them, when to fold them, and where to hide in the wheels. This course, very minimal hiding. 8 corners, crosswinds galore. It's a breakaway artist's dream. Probably not the best course for a rear disc wheel, but who does that anyway? Coming in hot. 0 to 30 miles per hour, 4 seconds flat. And we are on. Neutral lap is over. We are here to party. Steve Barnes on the chase. He's a man you don't want to bump into during the race. If you bump into Steve, it means you're off the back. Off the back like a schnack. Who says you can't be handsome just because you're off the back, right? This course is definitely conducive to being a race of attrition There's only so many times you can punch it out of the corners at 1,000 watts. There's probably only one, maybe two ideal lines through each corner, so carrying speed is huge. But as people fatigue and want to go diagonal to get off the front, start looking around at each other, it's the perfect opportunity to launch an attack from maybe 5 wheels back. And instantly could get a 3-second gap, as the whole road could be clogged. It's a true crit racer's course. Really reminds me of Red Hook Crit, which is a fixed gear criterium all over the world, used to exist. Big Orange on the front, happy to begin animating this thing. Dalton Thornsberry sitting third wheel, rider 826. We are strung out single file. Nowhere to hide. This is where we're going to find out who brought their legs and who's been doing their homework. Dalton Thornsberry bringing it to the front, stringing it out through the chicane. We're already opening up slight gaps. Race is going to be single file until a break goes. What do you think, David? I think pretty much every race has been a breakaway or some format. This race has some of the best preems of all the races so far. This is going to be a preem lap. It's going to be a Dur Ace hat and Primal casual t-shirt and Dur Ace hat. It's not a Tiagra hat. It's not a 105 hat. We ain't even talking Ultegra hat. Durace, pinkies up, Shimano Dur Ace hat. Going to the winner of this lap with a t-shirt by Primal.
And congratulations to Stage 2 Cyclery. That was a team win out there today. A beautiful photographic moment with a photogenic team. Ruben Mays on the top step, Jimmy Robbins and his entire crew doing a great job winning today. And what a marvelous backdrop. The purple, majestic, royal, jacaranda purple podium. It is beautiful in the Rose Garden. It just doesn't get any better than that. We'll do the official podium presentation in a bit, but they certainly got their Instagram on. Please enjoy the backdrop, ladies and gentlemen, like the red carpet in Hollywood. Feel free to come over to the purple crib and take a picture with the beautiful purple podium. It is absolutely gorgeous here at the GoFast Upland Criterium. Big Orange at the front.
Rider 815, Big Orange, taking home our first preem. A Primal t-shirt and Dur Ace hat. Eight. Good job, fellas. We've got a little bit of separation. We've got a little bit of separation and the counterattack. There it is, right on cue. There really is no excuse. If you're a breakaway rider, this is your course. If there's one course to where just the course in and of itself, irregardless of wind, irregardless of heat, this course by itself lends to breakaway artists be able to get away, create a little bit of space, which turns into a whole lot of space and then becomes lapping the field. Be interesting to see if we see, I don't think we've seen any dedicated sprinters showing up. They must have looked at the course map and be like, yeah, I'm going to train through this one, do the group ride this weekend, maybe next week.
I'll check you on that. Bart Clifford is here today. Steve Remy, who got third, although he was a lap down or two. Bart Clifford here. He was here, right?
We are checking. It's like, I think most sprinters would get lapped on this course. There's nowhere to hide. Very difficult. The bike handler and fitness racers course.
No doubt about it. No bone of contention whatsoever. It is definitely also a solo artist opportunity, right? Whittle it down, make the break, and then solo. We saw Ellen Strickland pull that off, but it might actually happen again, even with numbers. You talk about Corey Lockwood, you know, he's a national time trial specialist, so a TT guy that can corner has a good shot at soloing. Maybe we'll even see a solo lap at some point this afternoon.
Is Corey Lockwood on the start list? Is he scheduled?
No, I have not seen Corey, but we were talking about him earlier, so I was thinking about Dylan Geary, a guy who won at Boulevard yesterday, another ITT specialist. They are dangerous on this course. To your point, it's not just about a quick burst, argy-bargy sprint here today.
It seems Big Orange has the numbers, so we'll see if that plays out and be able to leverage that to find themselves with one or two guys in a breakaway. But so far, we've seen a few Big Orange guys going out the front. See if that could turn into something else down the road. But if there is a race that lends itself to being a bunch sprint, I would say it is a Cat 3 race just because guys get marked so well. You tend to recognize the same guys and really watch them. But now is the perfect time for counterattack. If anyone has legs, the pace just lulled. Right on cue on the right, someone launching it. But with the nature of this course, you have to launch the attack at the perfect time. Otherwise, you get cut off in a corner. A rider in pink was making an effort to attack. Kind of got pinched. Now found his way to the front. But by then, the speed has been raised where the attack becomes neutralized. You know, cycling is a never say die sport. Just because you're off the back, don't quit. There's always a possibility that the peloton lulls. You find your way back on. Certain things in life are certain. Death, taxes, and somebody drilling 500 watts up the gutter in a crosswind. The inevitable things in life. We've got our riders list. Things are about to get personal. Calling your name out, making you look famous on YouTube. Hey, the internet is forever. At least until the EMP hits. On the front, our rider looking to put some wind on the snout, some watts through the bottom bracket. That's Miles Ward, racing for Ascent Cycling, presented by Guthrie Bicycle. 26 years old, making moves. Got slight gap, but they still seem to have the motivation and the legs to weld it together. Looks like Hitch on the front of the peloton, inadvertently bringing it together. But every subsequent attack increases the chances of a breakaway. Sending guys up the road begins to destroy the collective matches of the peloton. I like to think of it as every rider has 5 to 10 full gas, 1 to 2 minute efforts. And before a breakaway can go, you have to begin to burn through those collective matches. And eventually, people just run out of motivation to chase. A lot of times the breakaway that stays away is not a standing attack, but just kind of a saunter where someone decides to just get a gap. Be given a gap, rather. And then once they realize they have it, they put their head down and go for it. We are single file. The next time this lulls, we very well could see someone given the opportunity to float away. And once they realize they have it, they put their head down, kiss the stem, drop a gear, and disappear. Beautiful day here. Mother's Day. The sun is out. The guns are out. I'm going to mash pedals and chase medals. Rider 813. Love those aerodynamics. Deep wheels, gotten his head down, elbows at 90 degree. A lot of times you're more aerodynamic with elbows at 90 degrees on the hoods than in the drops. It tends to show less surface area. So when I go to the front on a group ride, I'll go on the hoods as opposed to in the drops. On the hoods at 90 degrees, that's your most aerodynamic position. Spicy corner right there. We're going to light it up. Preem lap. Preem lap. It's going to be the best preem of the entire day. It's a helmet. Bontrager helmet. Preem lap. Best preem of the entire day. It's a Bontrager helmet. If this doesn't animate things, I don't know what will. We got GoFast on the front lighting it up. Want to get himself a new hat. It's a Bontrager helmet. To the winner of this lap. This very well could turn into a breakaway. See, as an announcer, sometimes you get to kind of play God. Influence how things turn out. Give a preem at the spiciest point of the race so far to make it even spicier. Great preems. Full-on helmet. That's fantastic. We've also got Specialized Roubaix tires. Well done by Pat Caro. Getting together some great preems from the sponsors InCycle. And on the front with a sizable gap. Looks like he's going to be able to hold it to the line. Big Orange checking for space. Keep rolling. This could become the breakaway. Rider 809, he wants the smoke. That is Will Patton, a Big Orange, 25 years old.
And
taking
yes,
home our preem.
Patton making a giant move, and guess who covered it? Tommy Debrezini. Tommy is covering that move. Tommy has space and time. Ice Speed Racing on the move. Tommy is joining that move. Giorgetta Unguriano is smiling right now as Tommy makes a brilliant move from the field, riding for Ice Speed Felt.
He just bridged across. Tommy just made a good move. I accused you of smiling. That's not too.
That's my boyfriend.
Yeah,
That's
Tommy's been.
Wait, he's Hungarian. You met him. How do you
Tommy?
say- Yeah. He's Hungarian.
You're Hungarian? I didn't know that.
Choth is like Smith.
So Tommy's Hungarian. He's Romanian.
Yes, it looks like this could be Tommy right now, the Romanian rocket at the front. Big smile from Tommy as he is drilling it. Seems to be extra motivated this today. I'm not quite sure, but the man is possessed, dancing on the pedals. Hungarian Romanian. He's Hungarian Romanian, right? He's the Baron of Budapest.
He's hungry to be Romanian.
He looks hungry, like he just got off a bread line. The man is rolling.
Oh, to our Hungarians watching live on the interwebs, my last name is Toth. As I understand it, Toth is as popular name as Smith is here in the United States, but in Hungary, I hear there's a bunch of Toths out there. So we holler to our Hungarian friends, Tommy's family, back in Hungary, Romania, wherever they are.
Hungmania.
Probably in Budapest, if I had to guess.
Romanery. He's Romanian. Tommy is Romanian. I mean, with a name like Tamas Debrezani, you've got to be Romanian, my man.
Are they in Budapest? Where does his family live?
In my hometown. But I think, I don't know how you call that. Like when you're like parents of parents were Hungarian.
And by the way, Hungary is, for geography fun facts, Hungary is bound by Slovakia to the north, by Austria and Slovenia to the west, by Croatia and Serbia to the south, and by Romania and Ukraine to the east. Bordered by 7 countries. Talking about Hungary, it's remarkable. Think of the infusion of cultures, astonishing. The capital of Hungary is Budapest. Population 2 million. Bucket list location for David Worthington is to go to Budapest. Peter Durantis is from Hungary as well, racing for Team Lagrange. We'll see him out here on two wheels soon.
Big Orange on the front, followed by iSpeed Racing out of Temecula, California. Hometown Hustle. That's Frank Torres for Big Orange. Testing the limits. See who wants the fuego. Yeah, these Cat 3 guys seem to know each other well. This has been our first race where a breakaway hasn't gone yet. They tend to mark each other. But I'm still thinking high chance of a breakaway. At a minimum, we see them finish in drips and drabs, to where the last lap is absolutely single file with gaps. Gaps of one rider, two riders, three riders. I'm curious to see what that backstretch feels like right now. Slight downhill. And what looks like to be a headwind. Teamwork makes the dream work, boys. Hold that wheel. Give us 20 seconds apiece. Flick that elbow. You turn it into a dance. Next thing you know, you're doing the hokey pokey on two wheels. I like to say a group ride is only as fast as the second most motivated rider. They're happy to let one guy go. Big Orange has got two, and a flick from iSpeed wants some help. This could be the move. Mike's Bikes content to weld it together. It looks like he's got some fast twitch fibers to him. It really is a game between the sprinters for the breakaway guys. Breakaway guys want to slip away. Sprinters are looking to weld it together as long as possible. We are single file. By this time, they've really mastered the course, found out how to take each corner, what the ideal line is, where are the parts you can move up easily, where are the pinch points. Imagine really the only two places to move up would be the far west part of the course that heads south, maybe the top of the course. This looks promising.
Daniel Soria at the front, followed by Johan Magana with Peach Racing. Will Patton in that move as well, doing the lion's share. Seen a lot of Big Orange at the front, at the tip of the spear. Another rider with iSpeed Racing looking good and fit. Jonathan Schaefer out of Fallbrook, California. Fallbrook, a beautiful area in the north of San Diego. It's absolutely beautiful terrain with the avocado groves and the wine grapes west of Temecula.
If you're looking for a great ride, Sandia Creek. Sandia Creek is phenomenal. Out of Temecula, Deleuze, and Fallbrook. Make a return on the 395, Old Highway 395. All right, I see a whole lot of checking around. That means the pace is lulling. And if you are a breakaway artist, now would be the perfect time to launch. First time that we've seen our pace really slow down here. After being single file for the first 17 minutes of the race.
Yeah, there you go. Debrazeni, wheel number 3 with iSpeed Racing felt. Looking strong, looking supple with the legs, tapping out the cadence like a metronome. Thornsberry also looking very good. Duvelo was representing yesterday at Boulevard Road Race. Saw Thornsberry there and his teammates.
How did it play out at Boulevard? Was there a lot of wind, David, or what were the conditions like?
Yeah, it was actually beautiful, majestic. We had, if nothing, it was a cool breeze. There were some gusts up to 30, but mostly simpatico, very subtle. It really came down to the climb. Dylan Geary, this is really great information with Ice Speed Felt. He was your winner yesterday in a solo fashion. Dramatic win by Dylan Geary, who races for the South African national team. Dylan Geary is here today, right? And he's bringing rider Thomas Fuller with him. Fuller, a teammate with Ice Speed Felt. Those two guys are specialists. They are solo artists. So watch for Dylan Geary and Thomas Fuller in the Pro Men 1-2. They will be mixing it up, no doubt about it. So Boulevard was fantastic. One of the highlights was young Waylon Zabriskie in the Category 3s getting third place up against 27-year-olds. And Waylon Zabriskie made his daddy so proud. David Zabriskie, his father, one of the rare cyclists that has won stages in all 3 Grand Tours. The Vuelta a España, the Giro, which is week 2 right now in Italy, and the Tour de France. Talking about David Zabriskie winning the prologue in 2011 at the Tour de France in yellow. His son yesterday, Waylon, getting third. He is definitely up and coming. He's got, certainly he's got champion DNA and pedigree. Good job, Waylon Zabriskie. It's good to see mother Randy Zabriskie yesterday on site. And happy Mother's Day to everybody as we get back to the action. Tommy is looking very good once again. Debrazani at the front, wheel number 2.
Can we get our men's 50 plus 1 through 3 podium? We are ready for you. 3 deep podium. An unfortunate flat tire for Kevin Phillips. Found himself in a 2-man breakaway that lapped the field nearly twice. He had a rear flat tire in the closing 5 laps. Was able to get a borrowed bike, but too little too late. By then the gap to Ruben Meza had gone up to about 600 meters. But hey, adapt and overcome, run what you brung. Still managed to get second place despite a untimely flat tire. Our podium was Ruben Meza of Stage 2 Cyclery Bosch, presented by Iliel. Kevin Phillips racing for Ironfly in second, and Steve Remy racing for Monster Racing Cadence Cyclery, followed by Bart Clifford and Adam Bino. Dalton Thornsberry on the front, making moves. We are strung out with half bike length gaps. Riders not completely on the wheel. David Worthington coming at you.
That's right. Podium Plaza going off right now. This is bringing up our top 3 riders in third place. Racing for Monster Cadence, Steve Remy. And on the second step today, misfortune on the bike. Got a good bike exchange. A little too late. Kevin Phillips in second with Ironfly. And on the top step, Ruben Meza with Stage 2 Cyclery.
Our Category 3 men are averaging 25 miles per hour. 1 minute, 12 second laps on our 800 meter half mile course. 25 miles per hour. Typically a Category 3 race will be around 27, but that's on a 4-corner crit. This one is definitely going to slow you down with 8 corners per lap and a good amount of wind coming as our day heats up. Got Mike's Bikes on the front, testing the peloton, trying to get a breakaway going. That is Anthony Ferrucci. Anthony Ferrucci freewheeling through the corners, stretching this peloton out. Everyone being tested. About 7 riders back, a gap has gone. They're on the headwind on the backstretch. Perfect time to attack is right at the tail end of a headwind. Big Orange coming across, looking to shut that gap down. Strength in numbers. Work the numbers to your advantage if you got it. and Big Orange has gone clear. His teammate is on the front, and if he's smart, he sits up in this corner and lets a little bit of a gap go. There it is, right on cue. Big Orange has let a gap go, allowing his teammate and Dalton to get a gap. This could become pivotal. All in, boys. You've got something.
Definitely good teamwork. I see what you see. Rider 826, that's Frank Torres. He's doing blocking, but really what blocking here means, folks, is the art of non-cooperation. Let your teammate drift, and then when you come on a corner, don't take the best line, back off a fraction, and hopefully that helps and assists and abates your teammate, maybe gives them another 2 seconds. If you get 2 seconds every corner, well, we got 8 of those today. That would be 16 seconds. Of course, there's ebb and flow, but that is the concept of blocking, is the art of non-cooperation.
I'm not sure if you saw the Team Jumbo-Visma. This is maybe 6 months ago. So what had been happening was Wout was leading out the sprinter repeatedly, and the sprinter just kept crushing. So Wout van Aert was a marked man for leading out. And what they did was they let Wout get on the front, and his sprinter actually let a gap go with 2 corners to go, 2 very tight corners. And you give Wout 3 bike lengths, and he's gone. So sure enough, they were able to pull a little bit of trickery and let the lead-out man win the race in this case. We have reset. And as usual, that is the perfect opportunity to send one of your guys with numbers. So Big Orange has textbook perfectly executed sending a solo rider off the front.
That is textbook. It looks like Frank Torres, after playing a little dodgy blocking, gets captured, his teammates brought back, and bam, Torres goes for the counter. He is now solo. He's got about a 5-second gap.
So this is probably the most promising move of the race so far. Got an I-speed racer looking to jump across. Got to love this course as an announcer, just be able to see everything. It's definitely spectator friendly. I'm guessing that I-speed racer gets back up to Big Orange, but in the process, he may have welded the field together.
Yeah, and that does indeed look like Tommy Debrazini, the Romanian rocket, has latched on to that Big Orange move. And that's going to get a big response from Anthony Ferrucci with Team Mike's Bike out of Northern California. Mike's Bike, a great program from NorCal, representing here today in Upland.
That was Frank Torres, a big orange, gritting his teeth, putting the knife between the lips like a pirate, getting up on the mask and setting sail. Really wanting to animate this race. Every collective attack adds up to setting your teammates up for a breakaway, or maybe even a teammate in a different jersey.
And Debrazeni latching onto that like a barnacle on the boat. Heads up coverage right there by Tommy Debrazeni.
Goodness, the attacks are coming on repeat. Another rider has gotten off the front solo, forcing the field to use their collective matches to try and chase it. He's got a good amount of separation. And this is a rider that's not on a team that's heavily supported. Does not have a ton of backup, but this is definitely a threatening move here. Rider 808.
Now that's Daniel Osorio. We mentioned him earlier. Looks very good on the bike. A classy rider. And Big Orange now at the front again as Debrazeni tries to slot into wheel number 2 as they come through safely. Turn number 1, entering turn number 2 of 8 corners today on a 1/2 mile lap course.
About a 6-second gap. The next lap or 2 should prove quite indicative as to whether he has the legs to stay away solo. He's essentially having to ride against 4 Big Orange guys at a minimum.
Yeah, and riding for Teams Mike's Bikes, Ferrucci able to latch onto that move. Once again, every move on a short leash. Every move, it's like graffiti on concrete on an overpass in Los Angeles. Every move on a short leash.
Sounds pretty third world to me. I like where your head's at, David. Daniel Osorio.
I love LA.
Risking it for thy biscuit.
Absolutely. Osorio on the move right now. He's got around about 5 seconds, hotting up the chase. It seems like it's the same 5-6 guys at the front every lap, lap after lap. And now coming forward is again Benjamin Patton with Big Orange Cycling.
See, what Daniel needs is for a solo rider to jump across. But whoever jumps across is going to need to have the strength to get away clear and not just weld it together. But Big Orange seems to really be motivated to want to try and bring that back. That man is a threat. You can tell he's got his aerodynamics dialed. Elbows at a 90-degree angle. Kissing the stem, dropping a gear, and attempting to disappear. We should know within the next lap if he's got the legs to stay away. As a general rule, the longer a breakaway stays out there, the greater chances of the winning breakaway happening. So right now, if someone counters this move, that next move has a much higher chance of staying away. And each subsequent breakaway wears down the collective matches of the domestiques looking to weld it together for their sprinters. Daniel fighting for it. Well done, lad. He's low, he's pro, and he's wanting to go.
And
Mike's bike's trying to bring it back. This is the sort of thing where he's trying to jump across, but in reality, he's just welding it together. It's a frustrating place to be where you can't create separation.
Definitely fragmentations, though, on that move by Ferrucci. Ferrucci is really on the throttle, and he's getting covered by Big Orange. Looks like Torres once again, and we've heard his name many times called out today. Tommy DeBreseni is on that move. Faces of pain on the back stretch. And indeed, it is welded back together, to your point, Ronnie Toth. But we are seeing something new here called attrition. We're starting to see riders looking a bit ragged at the back. Faces of pain.
It's definitely easier to read it when you're outside of it. But if anybody can counter this move, that would be game on as far as the winning breakaway. But if they let up, our boy Daniel could be gone. Well done, Daniel. Fighting the good fight. Animating the heck out of this race.
And Ferrucci not giving up the ghost. Mike's Bike, always strong riders with that program. You know, if you've got a Mike's Bike kit, you're going to have to go hard and show SoCal what's up. This is NorCal versus SoCal. And man, what a great effort by Daniel Osorio trying to get that elastic to snap.
He's completely turned it into a race of attrition. Riders are packing up, falling off the back of the peloton at this point. We're going to hit him with a preem lap on the next lap as a reward for his hard work to motivate the chase. It very well could be the most pivotal point of our race. They are motivated. They're strung out single file trying to bring him back. Osorio racing for KRT, 23 years old.
Ringing the bell for a preem lap merchandise. Specialized Roubaix tires on the line. Specialized Roubaix tires on the line. Merchandise preem. Go get it.
Set of tires. I would say second best preem of the race. We gave away a helmet by Bontrager earlier. This is Specialized Roubaix tires. You're looking at probably $150 value. Plus tax once you involve Uncle Sam. Our boy Daniel looking to take it home. Specialized Roubaix tires donated by InCycle. I want to give a big shout out to our race director, Pat. Bringing you guys something to look forward to. GoFast Racing. Phenomenal. One of our best locations this year. The Rose Garden provided no extra charge. Gorgeous podium. We've got breakfast burritos and burgers. This is the preem lap. Looks like Daniel Osorio is going to hold on. The chase coming in hot, but I don't think they're going to be able to get across.
Osorio making that final corner cleanly, immaculate, unscathed, picking up the Specialized Roubaix tires. Remember, Osorio has a sprinter in there. His teammate Edgar Munoz with KR2 Racing representing. He's got a good He's got a good jolt. The man can sprint on a dime.
Daniel Osorio cornering like an absolute madman, using every centimeter of the road. Well done. Right up against the gutter, drilling it. See if we can get you an average speed on this next one.
9 laps to go. We are on cards. 9 to go.
This is the biggest gap he's had so far. 9 seconds. 9 seconds for Daniel Osorio. Daniel, if you can hear us, you got 9 seconds over a hard chasing peloton. They are fully strung out. They do not have a second to wait to regroup. Daniel is the sort of guy that will disappear on you. Dalton Thornsberry looking back for help. This could spell trouble for the peloton if one of the strongest riders is looking for assistance in bringing that break back. Big Orange heading up the chase. Team Peach staying strong. Just as a heads up, we have a downed water bottle on the back. Riders, give a heads up for a downed water bottle on the backside of the course. 8 laps to go. 8 laps remaining. 4 miles. 4 miles. How much pain can you take, Daniel?
8 laps to go. With 8 laps to go, it is insane to see Osorio in sight. He's got a big bullseye on his back, and he is holding off the hungry, angry peloton. They are frothy. It is getting more and more attrition at the back. Osorio riding like a rock star, and Mike's bike moving up. I think that gap is slightly eroding.
Yeah, at that last corner, he had only 3 seconds.
It is starting to tumble for Osorio. Tumbling like Jenga blocks, going from 8 to 5 to 3 seconds on the time gap. He certainly would have enjoyed some company out there today, Ronnie Toth. Going alone like that, just outnumbered. He is captured right now in the final chicane. Osorio vacuumed up, and it looks like over the top is Tommy Debrazini, the Romanian rocket, racing for ice-speed felt.
Tommy's got family watching from Romania right now, live on YouTube. So shout out to Tommy's family. Cycling truly is an international sport. I didn't realize how popular cycling was until I raced overseas. Because in the United States, people just want to run you over. They're just tired of seeing you in your stretchy pants, blocking traffic from their perspective. But after soccer, football, cycling is probably the second most popular sport in the world, in that most countries use a bicycle for transportation. So there's a certain respect for what it takes to make a bicycle go fast and just how hard it is. Cycling is, I would say, probably the world's most second or third popular sport behind cricket and football, soccer.
You know what's moving up in the charts? Pickleball. We have a pickleball court here in the house in the Rose Garden. Come on out to the park. Let's see who's going to emerge and take the crown. Who is the king of Route 66 at the GoFast in Upland Criterium? Once again, GoFast making a splash, live streaming on lacrits.com, setting a new standard, directed and produced by Ray Mars, with 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. A little bit of conversation at the front. A little less action now. This is a serious lull right here. They've kind of scrubbed the speed with 6 to go. If you're going to launch, you kind of want to do it from the back. Here's a big move from the front. The man in the hot pink rolling the big sausage. This is a new rider with semi-fresh legs.
You know what I call pickleball? I've got a fun nickname for it. I call it low cardio tennis. Low to no cardio tennis. It's big amongst the boomers in Palm Springs. No cardio tennis. That way, I see it like this. There's another version of you that never had the courage to leave the couch. So getting out there, playing some pickleball, some low cardio tennis, hey, it's better than sitting racing the couch to glory.
Yeah, it's all about the stoke factor. We're going to bring ping pong tables out here next year as well, right? Come on out, folks. What a beautiful setting. Happy Mother's Day to you all. It's a splendorific day as we are still Grupo Compacto with 5 laps to go. It is mixing up red hot at the front. This is going to be a spectacular finish. No breakaways thus far with 5 to go.
The race has been pretty hard up until this point. I think we're going to see a lull, and if anybody can set themselves apart and has legs, now is the absolute perfect time to go, especially with the psychological kind of confusion of 5 laps to go typically means 5 miles to go. In this case, somebody might let you go because they're thinking 5 laps to go, that's a while. But realistically, you only got to do 2.5 miles. How courteous of our banner taking a bow, allowing us to see across the other side of the course. Downright thoughtful. Go fast.
Oh, can Osario go again with KRT Racing? With KRT Racing, Kings rule together. This is a club out of Philadelphia. I just got information from none other than Rasan Bahati. KRT stands for Kings Rule Together. Go Philly cheese, man. Osario representing Philadelphia. Doesn't get any better than that. Kings Rule Together. And it's all about unity in the community with 4 laps remaining in this bike race. Big Orange at the front. Hotting up to speed. Osario, wheel number 2.
A lot of these guys might be so close in fitness that it's difficult for any one solo rider to stay away. Big Orange playing at absolute perfection, working the numbers here. If you got 4 guys, 3 guys in the peloton, at this point you just need to take turns throwing them up the road, see if anything sticks. Dalton Thornsberry looking around. So it seems like there is a bit of hesitation from the peloton, or what's left of it. Solo rider from Big Orange has got a 2 to 3 second gap. Teammates surfing the front. This could turn into something. 4 laps to go. That is only 2 miles on this half-mile course. That could become dangerous very quickly. Looking about 7 seconds right now. 7 seconds for a solo rider from Big Orange.
And if you're Osario, have you had a sufficient time to recover? It's all about patience. It's about holding steady and holstering your weapons. If it's going to come down to Grupo Compacto, it's a mental game. No more glory pools. Hold steady, then boom, show them something new, something that counts inside of 3 laps to go.
So this is brilliant and a game changer here. So a lapped rider is able to completely domestique for the solo Big Orange rider. It's not something you see happen frequently, but it may have been strategic. So we do have a solo rider off the front, but his teammate that has been lapped has given him a quarter-mile lead out. Looks like the lapped rider has popped and launched his solo rider, but that just 10 seconds of draft could provide pivotal for helping our Big Orange rider to stay away. Very well could be Jack O off the front with about an 8-second gap. We'll make sure to get his number on this next lap. If you're Jack O's mother, wave at me. Is that our boy Jack?
What would Rasan Bahati do in this situation? Bahati watching from London in the UK. Man, that man can sniff out a win. He has more championship jerseys than I have underwear. Talking about Rasan Bahati. 2 laps to go.
That is Frank Torres. Pardon me, not Jack O. That is Frank Torres of Big Orange Cycling. This could be game, set, match if the peloton does not find their motivation. Frank Torres taking one glance over his shoulder in the corner, doing it strategically. Big Orange on the front. They need to let up a little bit. Hey, maybe if you happen to hit your brakes in the corner, did it even happen? A solo rider jumping across.
That could be Osorio. Osorio having none of it. Looks like he is making a move because kings rule together. Any jackass can kick a barn down. It takes a carpenter, a king, to build one. Laser focus and concentration is required. The meek may not apply. These corners are sharp. They are fast. They are furious. Punchy. It is time to be locked in. And when they come through, we're looking at 2 to go within a mile to go when they come through. This, a half-mile lap course, 8 corners. Welcome, everybody, to Upland, California.
I know you can hear me. That's your favorite sound when you're a solo breakaway guy. 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go, 1 to go. 1 to go.
With 1 lap to go, who's it going to be? Torres. Torres at the front. They're looking at each other. There is a pause for the cause. It is decision time. This is when the wick gets sticky.
Goodness, Ice Speed looking to come to the front. He was hoping to jump across. In reality, he's just welding it together.
And here comes Mike's bike. Again, we've heard him all day long. Mike's bike, Fusario at the front. Also, Tommy Debraseni, the Romanian rocket, racing for Ice Speed in that kind of splashy Kingfisher blue kit out of Temecula. Ice Speed, felt bicycles.
My money to take the sprint is going to be Anthony from Mike's Bikes. He seems to be welding it together all day. Very motivated to keep everything together. A slight lead. It's going to be close. This is going to be one heck of a finish. He has been caught, but at 2 corners to go, it gives him the ideal line choice. He could hold it to the line. Can Frank hold him off? Frank Torres, it's going to be close. High speed on the inside.
It's going to be Torres or Debraseni. Is it Debraseni? Is it Torres? Tommy, boom, Debraseni. Congratulations. You strike gold in Upland. Another fine example of California's gold.
Goodness, and doing it live for the family back home in Romania. The Hungarian sensation. Phenomenal. Ice Speed taking the W.
That was emphatic and dramatic and bombastic to see it come down to the final 2 corners. Certainly the race of the day, captured on lacrits.com, raising the standard in Technicolor. Thank you so much for watching out there in space. lacrits.com.
You can watch the race live on YouTube, lacrits.com. Brought to you by Ray Mars and family. The first bunch sprint of the day. Every other race, based on the wind and the technicality of this course, has ended in a breakaway. Gotta love the valiance of Frank Torres, risking it for the biscuit to go off the front. Try and take the win. There's nothing that he could have done better for his teammates than by going out the front solo, setting them up to counterattack and stay fresh for the sprint. The nature of this course being as single file, narrow, and crosswind laden as it is even when you're sitting in, you're not getting as much rest as you would in a 4-corner crit. It's probably one ideal line through most of these corners, going curb to curb, using every inch of the road to carry as much speed as possible. A lot of times cyclocross racers, mountain bikers will be good at this sort of race course based on their bike handling ability. Something to be said comparing single track with a narrow crit course. But it's giving me throwback feels to Red Hook Crit. Red Hook Crit was a fixed gear series in London, Barcelona, New York, and Milan, Italy, racing on brakeless track bikes, originally meant for the velodrome. It was a brakeless track bikes, very narrow courses. And the nature of a track bike is if you're going to spend energy, it takes energy to go forwards and it takes energy to slow down. So if you're going to spend it, you're going to go forwards. So the races would basically be single file for 45 minutes. Remember the Milan, Italy final was 31.1 miles per hour for 45 minutes, 420 watts. So if you're a techie, you know the numbers. 420 watts for 45 minutes is pretty silly. Naturally, that night, one rider from Colombia was popped for EPOs. All it takes is one really fit, motivated guy to make a race incredibly spicy. But cycling is a very difficult sport in that you have to go full gas whenever the most motivated, fit guy decides to go all in. Can we get the next race to the line? That's going to be our Masters 40 plus, category 1 through 3. I lovingly call it the Junior Boomers. Boomers in training. Can we get our Masters 40 plus? So jealous I'm not 2 years older and can't join you. Masters 40 plus, category 1 through 3 to the line. Your race is scheduled for 11:35. We are nearly running on schedule. So impeccable, it's delectable out here in Upland, California. We have burgers and breakfast burritos available at our start-finish line. Handsome gentlemen in the shade, feeding your belly. So tasty, so smelly. He's got you. Masters 40 plus to the line. Please, we don't need to make space. You guys are going to be following the Dodge Charger in neon for the first neutral lap. That way you can get a feel for the potholes. Our USAC official Sam with your instructions momentarily. We've got 3 preems in order for this race. 3 preems. Masters 40 plus, category 1 through 3. Masters 40 plus should be one of our fastest races of the day. Typically this race is slightly faster or about the same exact speed as the pro race. On account of it's slightly shorter, they will be racing for 50 minutes. It's going to be 50 European minutes as well. When you convert it, it ends up coming out to about the same.
Well, son of a gun, Ronnie Toth. I just missed a ticket to ride. The passenger seat was already taken by a lovely blonde, so I understand. I'm talking about the lime green Dodge Charger, our pace car today, piloted by Montgomery. I'm going to try to hitch a ride if I can. Maybe the next one. I got to time it better. I was scrambling to get into that car, that vehicle. The pilot did said I can take a lap. And maybe we'll get a camera in there. Maybe Ray Mars will accompany the passenger seat as he comes flying through. Now listen for the RPMs, ladies and gentlemen. Dropping the flag. Here we go at Upland, California, ringing the bell for a preem. Merchandise preem. There goes Ruben Meza. A merchandise preem on the line.
That's going to be Lactigo massage lotion. Help with soreness and lactic acid, and a massage stick. I found the more you hurt yourself with the foam roller or the massage stick, the less sore you will be the next day. So you can choose pain now or pain tomorrow. It's up to you. This is a choose your own ending book. But this preem brought to you by Lactigo with their massage cream help minimize soreness, boost recovery, and a massage stick as well. Kind of looks like marshmallows on a plastic stick. Roll your calves, roll your booty, roll your quads. You hurt yourself with that, you will be limping around less the next day. This race should be right around 26 miles per hour. A group of 3 has gone free from the peloton. Who's going to take our first lap preem? This could be John Garbo. John Garbo making it look easy, taking our preem.
Johnny Garbo, home cooking. It's finger licking good. John Garbo, the Italian stallion, taking that hot lap. Just real quick, I got the results unofficial in our Category 3s, a dramatic, emphatic sprint finish. Third place was Anthony Ferrucci. We said his name all morning long. Ferrucci with Team Mike's Bike taking third. And unofficial, Frank Torres taking second from Big Orange, another rider that was extremely animated and motivated in the Category 3s. And the top step, none other than Tommy Debrazeni from Romania. Congratulations to our top 3 in the Category 3s. What a show.
So at this point, everyone is fresh enough, unless they're double or triple dipping in a race, to where that break could get brought back. People are still fresh enough to chase. But John Garbo is absolutely built for this course. There could not be a better course for John Garbo with the corners. Kevin Ironfly on the front. He has flicked. He's looking for help. Shooting up the gutter on the left. He indeed has help. May be able to get across solo to John Garbo. The gap's still minimal at this time. But if they hesitate in the slightest, this definitely changes things. Rigo Meza, looks like a fresh Rigo Meza, has jumped across to create a group of 3. Rigo is happy to put some wind on his face and some watts through the bottom bracket. Next time we see him, I expect to see a group of 3 led by Rigo Meza out of Marietta, California, the owner-operator of Stage 2 Cyclery, 2014 Tour of California. Stage 2 went from Marietta, California to Palm Springs, finished in 110 degrees on a 11% 5-kilometer grade. We have a selection. This looks like it could turn into a field split. Race of attrition, 100%. Rigo Meza on the front. A solo rider with a slight gap. My hunch is that Rigo is going to be happy to minimize that gap before he flicks an elbow and looks to get off the front. But absolutely selective in this race. And riders popping off the back within minutes of starting. There is nowhere to hide. 8 corners, you're having to punch it repeatedly. I did the math. It's actually 8 times per lap. You were needing to drill it. 1 time per corner. Half mile. Every 100 meters on average, you're having to sprint.
I beg your pardon. I never promised you a rose garden, but today we do indeed have a rose garden. I believe that's Brian Hodges, the world-famous photographer in the house. This guy is a rock star, a professional photographer. Good to have you here in beautiful Upland, California. Welcome to the action. My goodness, it doesn't get any better than that.
Rider number 33, Ricardo Alsina, 33, representing the Illuminati out here. Holding it down. Don't ask me why they like the number 33. And David Worthington going to be coming to you live on the YouTube stream. That's lacrits.com. Or if you search LA Crits on YouTube, we have a live feed, international, brought to you by Ray Mars and his wife. Happy Mother's Day to all our mothers tuning in or torn away from brunch to get dragged to a bike race. That's a mother's love right there. Looks like we are all together. A full reset minus a collective missing 10,000 watts out of the legs of our racers. John Garbo finding his way to the front. We're down to about 12 riders. These races are definitely weighted to being harder in the beginning until the winning break goes, and then they kind of settle in. The next few laps will get you an average speed for what these gentlemen are averaging. An attack from iSpeed coming on the backstretch. iSpeed Racing out of Temecula, Marietta area was one of Floyd Landis's favorite areas to train back in 2006 when he managed to bring back an 18-minute gap. Floyd now runs Floyd's of Leadville, CBD, a medicinal company out of Colorado. Big sponsor of a lot of races. Stage 2 cycler, surfing the front. Rigo Meza looking for the next move. Kevin, after lapping the field in the last race and getting a flat tire with 5 to go, disappointing timing for that. He is looking for redemption. There's nothing quite as motivating as anger or frustration at getting a flat tire at an inopportune time. Doesn't seem to be the perfect momentum, so I don't think anyone's going to saunter away, but during the next lap, maybe half a lap, we should see another attack go flying off. This race has been absolutely full gas up until now. Sure enough, halfway decent at this bike predicting thing. We have 2 riders off the front on the back side of the course. Looks like Rigo Meza. 2 teams out of Temecula, Marietta area. Stage 2 cyclery and iSpeed. Got to be some spicy group rides out there. I believe Wednesday night. Wednesday night is the group ride in Old Town Temecula, Business Park area. Rigo Meza on the front, stringing them out, ripping their legs off. The man has a full satchel of spent watts from his compatriots. You might as well look at this as you're starting the race in the breakaway, because we've already popped maybe 5 to 7 riders. And my hunch is that riders are just going to continue to pop off the back of this group until the winning move goes. I'd be willing to bet about 1/10 of a Bitcoin that this race ends in a breakaway. Only 1/10. The wind does seem to be picking up as the day goes on. Daniel Caldera in the house, spying on his 40-plus junior boomers in training. So we're going to be taking over to David Worthington, who's going to be on the live stream, able to hear him directly. This is Ronnie Toth signing off for now. Here at the Upland Criterium, brought to you by GoFast. Take it over, David Worthington.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious, and fast tight finish all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around. We have bicycle racing all day long.
Well, we are ramping it up indeed. If you're just joining us, this is David Worthington, joined by Ronnie Toth, and you're watching on LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. We have hot action here at Upland. We've got the Masters 40 plus 12 minutes into this race. We've seen all kinds of action. It's a tremendous day here in Upland, California. I got to say, tip of the hat to Pat Caro for making this happen. You know, there's an expression, I beg your pardon, I never promised you a rose garden. Well, we have a rose garden. We're racing around here today in Upland at the foothills of the San Gabriels. In the background, you can see it is a spectacular day in Upland, California, as we've got riders from Stage 2 hotting it up in the park. We had a brilliant race in the Category 3s. We saw Anthony Ferrucci with Team's Bike, Mike's Bike taking third. In second place, Frank Torres with Big Orange, and Tommy Debrzeni, the Romanian Rocket, racing for Ice Speed Racing, taking the big win in the Category 3s moments ago. The only race thus far that finished Grupo Compacto. This race really is a dream for breakaway riders. We saw Ruben Meza. We saw Kevin Phillips with Ironfly battling with Stage 2 cycle. It ended up Phillips puncturing, and Ruben Mason taking the win there in the 40-plus. I beg your pardon, the 50-plus. This is the 40-plus out online right now. That's the Tête de la Course, the head of the peloton. And there is Kevin Phillips, position number 3, his second race of the day. Meza also out there battling. The Meza family, a family with racing pedigree, no doubt about it. Miguel Meza winning in the tour stages. Great to have Miguel Meza back in action. And look at them coursing through these corners, tight, sharp, and safe. The tarmac's so clean. It's incredible how they've groomed it, neatly groomed it. And do not trust MapQuest. This is actually a very safe course. It's very flowy would be the word. And you can see the riders just basically kind of moving a little bit of hip swivel coming through. See the hip action there. It's not really these are not harsh corners whatsoever, but certainly in favor of the breakaway riders, the specialists, the solo artist. Definitely an opportunity to get away. As you can see, the fractions occurring at speed. And that's Rigo Meza, second position. And look at the draft he is getting from the GoFast rider. 15 minutes into this race. And this is, a 50-minute race, 15 minutes into it. 35 minutes to go here in the streets of Upland, the historic Memorial Park.
Now is the time to create the winning move. Riders are absolutely on their limit.
The city of Upland, population 80,000, incorporated in 1906. Bound to the west by Claremont, and to the south, Ontario, and to the north, Mount Baldy and the mighty San Gabriel Mountains. A majestic backdrop. I can't wait for the drone cameras to capture those aerial shots. It's going to be beautiful and majestic. Brought to you by Ray Mars, LACrits.com, raising the bar. And we are hitting on all cylinders here as we get our kicks on 66. That is indeed the famous Route 66, a mere 80 meters to the north of our course today. GoFast at the front. And here comes Kevin Phillips responding to that move over the top. Ruben Meza, the Mexicano, monitoring every move on a short leash. Like a barnacle on the boat. like graffiti on concrete and an overpass. Here comes a big move leaping from the field. Looks like Mesa.
But this is the sort of point where guys are wanting to let up, and a solo rider can go free. Sure enough, right on cue, Rigo Mesa has done just that. Absolutely relentless. So if you're wanting
Miguel Mesa throwing punches right now. He's got a break. He's got a gap. See the daylight between Mesa making this corner.
recover at tempo,
2 corners out.
go, but not insane. For 20 seconds. 40 seconds full gas, 20 seconds easy. 40 seconds full gas, 20 seconds easy. Do that for 10, 20 minutes.
We have a half-mile course, 8 corners, roughly 800 meters. So the action comes hot. Mesa on the move. It looks like GoFast pulling him back, doing the lion's share at the front. Dramatic time right now for the peloton. Look at them coursing through at speed, rocking through the corners.
Oh man, absolutely destroying himself. This would be the perfect time for a rider like John Garbo to be able to counter that.
There's John Garbo, the hometown favorite in this race. He picked up, it looks like he's positioned about 8 back. He's got a teammate at the tip. Garbo picking up that preem, looking to perhaps recover. Garbo, another special rider, a great breakaway rider indeed, but he is a bit of a Swiss Army knife. He can win in many fashions as he checks his shoulders, monitoring, not ready to punch tickets right now. Folding back as his teammate takes a dig to stitch and weld this move together. Little quick history on this this lush Central Park in Upland, California. It's the home of the legendary Pipeline Skate Park located in the leafy shadows of turn number 6. The Pipeline Skate Park opened in 1977, and it's the first skateboard park inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. Hallowed ground indeed, where skateboarding heroes like Tony Hawk were born and buried metaphorically. The park design was first of its kind, was globally emulated with its gnarly vertical walls, the combi pool, the combination of circular and square bowls. And in plan view, it sort of resembles the course layout today, the half mile, 8 corners, as Garbo's at the front with a dig. And this is the chicane. It looks like on paper a left, right, left, but in actuality, it is a hivel swip. It is just a chicane. It's very manageable.
I can feel the collecting lactic acid of our peloton and the matches beginning to wane.
And a beautiful day indeed. The birds are chirping. The azaleas and the roses and the purple jacarandas are blooming. We've got lawn bowling here. We've got pickleball, basketball, indoor pool and fitness center at the YMCA, playgrounds for the kiddos. Come on out and celebrate Mother's Day. It's a beautiful day in the park. And who will say the park is mine today?
Numbers is the name of the game in cycling. Say I've got 10 full gas 2-minute efforts. I have teammates who also have 10. Maybe one's got
And let's observe this jump from the outside, a good dig, and then folding in. Stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California, setting the pace. They're absolutely animating this race. Gloves off, knives out. Stage 2 cyclery on the move, animated.
You can only mark so many guys. Say you want Rigo. Okay, we're going to neutralize Rigo. Well, we got a Ruben Mesa that we're going to send right after him. You can chase down Rigo all you want.
Steve Remy also in the field. Miguel and Rigo Mesa taking turns with Ruben Mesa, the 3 Mesa brothers, stamping their presence on this race. La Familia muy fuerte. Bart Clifford also in here, along with Hans Wilhelm, Antonio Rios. We talk about Garbo, Frank Cerati with SoCalCycling.com, providing information and source of cycling since 1993. Adam Bino in there, always a guy that can roll the big sausage. Adam Bina from Chino racing for N-Cycle. Tommy Debrezani also with iSpeed going back-to-back jack. I think he may have some sugar that's been somewhat diluted like hot water after that race earlier today. Jimmy Robbins also in the field, part of that stage 2 contingency out of Murrieta, California. And we know Kevin Phillips, a multinational champ in there. He's won on the track in just about every type of race, 1K, 4K, Madison, an absolute beast. And he certainly is an expert not only on cornering, but the mental dexterity, the stratagem that's involved and required to succeed on this level. Kevin Phillips, Ironfly, representing out of Manhattan Beach, California. Mesa Brothers, punching clocks. So sometimes Kevin Phillips will just kind of hot up the speed rather than just relax, and that's Phillips at the front. And notice that he's checking himself, right? He's looking back, trying to create some separation for the inevitable isolation is what he's hoping for, right? He's trying to bust up the Mesa, the family, the cartel, if you will, by going full gas. Sometimes you got to come out swinging with, with the best defense being offense. Phillips at the front. But certainly not at the king of the glory pool either. Phillips is going to roll it up and roll over. We've seen Bahati do this a lot when he's outnumbered. He doesn't always sit back. He can whip it up and then kind of assess his damage, inventory the situation, roll back in. And the goal is to not to be too typecast as one type of rider. We've seen Kevin Phillips win in every kind of fashion. Sometimes the card to play is unpredictable. Unpredictability. That is your card at times, right? Boom, look at it. It was shaking up Mesa's on every other move.
Just relentless. Absolutely relentless. Adam Bino, double dipping, followed by Rigo Mesa.
So that's Rigo Mesa, wheel number 2. Bino shuffling back on his wheel. Adam Bino from Chino. That's Ryan Geilo with GoFast. GoFast making a splash today, the primary sponsor.
They are not wanting to let the winning move go without themselves in it. Just downright icy.
Keep your eyes on John Garbo.
You can look at it like this.
He's certainly been hiding in the last few laps. He picked up that early preem, John Garbo. He's another rider that can win in a myriad fashions. Carving up the corner.
We're all together, but not for long. A counterattack is sure to go.
Coming through start finish. Immaculate, unscathed through the corners. Absolutely no hiccups today. No road furniture.
Hoping it comes down to a bunch sprint.
At the halfway mark of a 50-minute race, 40 plus out on course. Welcome everybody to the GoFast and Upland Criterium. And right now we are broadcasting from the lacrits.com/N-Cycle Bicycles Purple Box, nestled and tucked right here at the start finish behind the red kite. And in the background, the San Gabriel Mountains overlooking the foothills in the north and to the east, Rancho Cucamonga. And you can also see from my booth, you can see the east-west running Foothill Boulevard, also famously known as Route 66. We are hitting on all cylinders, getting our kicks on Route 66. As they come through the red kite.
Most of the time it's the counterattack to the counterattack to the counterattack.
Fragmentation, but no separation at this juncture.
Somebody sits up right now, somebody else decides to drill it, gap goes, and you've got a field split. Cycling truly becomes.
This race is certainly ignited. They are shot out like a Polaris missile. Shaking and baking, and here we have a big move. And there, the lull. See GoFast at the front. He's got a teammate, looks like John Garbo, and you can see from the chase the brilliance of his teammate, kind of showing his shoulders. The blocking is a reference in bike racing, but it really means the art of non-cooperation. We talked about it. It's the idea of not aiding and abetting on the chase. And here comes a Mesa brother saying, I'm having none of that. He's going over the top of the GoFast rider. This is a big pivotal moment. This could become 3. This is dangerous. Kevin Phillips not in the move. So there is Phillips at the front in chase number 1. And Phillips out of the saddle, dancing on his pedals, showing some watts. Around about 5-second time gap. Kevin Phillips in a bit of panic right now. The numbers are not good on his wheel. Right there, look, on his wheel is a Big Orange rider. So Big Orange is not in the move either, so that's smart. Phillips is like, all right, you stick with me, and he brings it back pretty much individually. Kevin Phillips saying, I got the do-si-do. This is your card, and now you got to watch for the counter break. It's imperative right now if you're on stage 2 cyclery to punch the clock. Where is the counter? That was the opportunity. Garbo now at the front with GoFast. These laps go by so quickly. Again, Phillips caught out a little bit. This has got to create some fatigue in Mr. Phillips' legs, having back-to-back laps where he's in chase mode. And finally, some assistance from Big Orange in the chase. There's the peloton, somewhat serpentine, but strung out indeed. Strung out like uncooked spaghetti. Thin ribbons of linguine at the front, fighting tooth and nail. 30 minutes into a 50-minute race. 40-plus, hotting up the action. Sitting on a park bench watching a lovely sunset. You know, it feels like if you're doing it for an hour, it might feel like 5 minutes. But pedaling for 5 minutes in a snake pit of a peloton at 600 watts feels like an hour. And that's David Worthington's theory of relativity. As they're just flying through this park, a gorgeous park in central Upland, California. Tree-lined, old-growth oak trees, a lush rose garden. It has a cool skate park there right next to turn number 6 with a 20-foot pipe, an amphitheater for concerts in the park, a truly lovely atmosphere. Just south of the historic Route 66 hitting on all cylinders. The gateway to San Gabriel's, Upland, California. Ronnie Toth rousing up the crowd to joyous exuberance. Good to see Captain Tuxedo on the mic, Ronnie Toth. And we are live, lacrits.com. And look at this, it's getting a little bit sideways. Garbo still stamping out with a Mesa brother. This is a huge moment. The repeated attacks, rinse and repeat. Phillips again caught out. This is Ruben Mesa, wheel number 2. Antonio Rios with GoFast joining Mesa. This could be it. Of course, you never recognize it until it signs on the line, which is dotted. Rios now looks like a little bit in a spot of bother, but he's back on. He's in terms with Mesa. Mesa certainly wants to keep a partnership with Rios. After all, Rios riding for GoFast, the host team of the Upland Criterium. Those two guys are going to want to stick together simpatico and have some sort of merge. If they get extremely organized, that's going to put amazing pressure on Bino and on Phillips and on Bart Clifford, all the riders not on GoFast and not on Stage 2 Cyclery. And you can see the wheels kind of coming off a little bit in the chase. Bino kind of getting sick of it, right? He's lap after lap, he and Phillips are just, this is the idea of keeping the opponent on the back foot, right? This is an example where you just be aggressive and see what happens. The cream will rise. Body blow after body blow. Two riders now alone. A good 15 seconds. We'll get a time gap there, but this is a beautiful course. Spectator friendly. You can pretty much see the entire course if you're here. So please, if you missed it, you're coming out next year. It's a beautiful environment. What an atmosphere here in Upland, California. The Memorial Park. That's Frank Cerati in the red kit. Good on him. SoCalCycling.com. He's taking a dig. Can he get across? 2 would become 3. Looks like we might have had some wheels crossed there in the chase. Game on. 35 minutes into a 50-minute race. Ringing the bell for a merchandise preem lap. Let's see how this, what the reaction is with the preem. Are these two guys going to talk it out? You know, they're giving away some specialized Roubaix tires, which are very pricey. Myriad of cash, prize, and merchandise on the line. And, of course, the bragging rights. Mesa and Rios marching southbound now here in Upland. Half-mile course, 8 corners, short and sharp delivery. This is the only part of the asphalt tarmac that has just a few expansion joints in it, some little bit of cracks, but overall it is absolutely a clean course. The tarmac here you can see on camera is perfect. It's like a billiard table smooth. So Rios at the front, and here he comes. Looks like it's going to be Rios. Antonio Rios picking up the merch, and I would say that time advantage is slipping a little bit. Seen some erosion as Cerati gets lapped, and these riders are, there's a little bit of indecision. When you ask Bino to go lap after lap, it can be a very, very tall tree to trim. Mesa at the point. Joined by San Antonio Reyes. Mr. Rios, he's in the purple kit. Purple is the color of the day, or the royal purple, the jacaranda purple. Festoon here at the podium. The banners are purple. It is purple rain today in Upland. Shout out to Jimi Hendrix, purple, my favorite color, and it's cool to see it out here today. You got to check out the plaza. It is amazing. In the center of the Rose Garden, a giant purple curtain with Stereo Legal and all the sponsors festooned. And there's Phillips. Once again, Phillips saying, how many times do I have to come to the front? Kevin Phillips, a KG rider, once again out of the saddle. And you can see the chase. There is a reduction in size in that field. There is definitely attrition. Faces of pain. here in the 40-plus race. It's just a technical, twisty course, and it is extremely spectator-friendly through the tree-lined streets of the Upland Memorial Park. And it looks like the move is tenuous. Phillips now at position number 2 in the chase. That move brought back Grupo Compacto as one rider coming through the pit. Pat Caro, who's juggling chainsaws all week, is getting the rider back in the course. He happened to be near the area, so he's like, I can help here. In the wheel pit, Patrick Caro. Thank you so much for putting this race on. Patrick Caro is your race director. And so if you're just joining us now, welcome everybody to Upland, California. This is the GoFast Upland Criterium at Upland Memorial Park. Tree-lined course, half a mile, 8 corners, spectator-friendly. John Garbo at the front. GoFast at the front. John Garbo on a jailbreak. This thing's really hot. Look at John Garbo. He looks like an Olympic downhill skier with that form. Elbows out smooth like peanut butter. He is rolling a big sausage. This could be the ultimate solo rider. Making ribbons of the field right now is John Garbo. John Garbo making a jailbreak. 20 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining. We are down into lap cards. 8 laps to go. Look at the speed. It is strung out. Now stage 2 cyclery at the front. They've been controlling the race, but now a spot of bother as Garbo has flown the coop. We're going to identify that rider, that GoFast rider. This is completely coming apart. John Garbo with that finesse. He's a classy rider. This is 2 corners out. When they come through, it'll be 7 to go. with 8 laps to go. Garbo, now look at Garbo. He's his team is bracketing this move. We got a stage 2 rider chasing with another GoFast rider. So you go purple, blue, and purple here. Garbo at the front. Of course, the man on second on that chase is not going to help his teammate at the rope, John Garbo, and latched on in the 3rd position. That is Antonio Rios. We saw Rios go off early. Now we have Rios sitting on, and Stage 2 is going to have to bring it back. But guess who he's pulling? Antonio Rios. Inside of 8 laps to go. Seven laps to go. 7 laps to go. John Garbo, he's looking back. Perhaps he's going to let Stage 2 get back on. He's got Rios. 2 becomes 3.
6 to go. 6 to go.
There was some confusion on the lap cards. The officials just went to 6. Rigo Meza in that move of 3. They've got a strong gap. It does look like if they work together, they can get this thing sealed and done. Screaming demons out on course. Those 3 riders are definitely punching clocks, bursting through every corner, crushing the stretches, ripping it through Upland Park right now. Rios at the point. Garbo, wheel number 3 in the break.
John Garbo. Time to hammer it down.
There goes Garbo. Garbo on a big move. That's going to solicit a giant reaction from Rigo Meza. There goes Meza. Can he connect? Meza in urgency trying to latch onto that move. Every move now on a very short leash. It could be mano y mano. Let's see how Garbo treats this situation. Will Garbo relax a fraction? On the back stretch. Garbo, Meza. There you go, John Garbo right now. See what he's doing. He is he's monitoring. He is now just getting in the slipstream, working 30% less than Meza. Rigo Meza wondering, what do I do? I can solidify a top 2 here. I can play games. I can wait, on another rider, San Antonio Rios. Oh, man, and there goes Garbo, genuflecting up to Rios. Come across. I am not working. If you can make it, it'll be 2 against 1. GoFast with all the advantage right now of numbers. With 4 laps to go when they come through. Oh, my goodness. Rigo wondering what is going to happen here today. Rigoberto Meza in a spot of bother. Top 2 would be ideal, but he would like to win. He's got aspirations. Who will emerge as king of Route 66 today in our 40 plus?
We love to see this. We love to see the rider get popped off the breakaway and with the knife between the lips.
At this point, it's about mental dexterity as well as cornering, carving it up like a turkey, like a holiday turkey. Chase number 1 looks like they have given up the ghost, racing for 4th place. And here's that back stretch at the front. Rios in second in the white and blue. Rigo Meza. And hovering 3rd, getting some recovery is John Garbo. Looks like Garbo's going to punch the clock on the outside. Garbo over the top. Garbo over the top. This is smart. Might as well be aggressive so your teammate gets a free ride. Garbo punching clocks, and he is making a jailbreak right now. John Garbo on the move. Garbo is released with 3 laps to go. 3 to go. Meza looking around, and he is definitely concerned. Panic with Meza right now. And Meza's going to stitch it. It looks like he's going to weld this thing back together inside a half a lap. a giant effort, no doubt about it. Mesa unwilling to give up. Stubborn ferocity shown by Rigo Mesa. Not quite connected, but Rios is out. Rios is popped. Rios is fried, died, and laid to the side. It's still mano a mano. My goodness, Mesa had to dig deep. That was a giant move by Garbo, and it is neutralized by Rigo Mesa. Mesa, welcome back to the top steps. He's a rider that is a very special rider. Back in the hay, was no stranger to the podium. Took a big hiatus, and now he is back, Jack. And look at this. It is almost like a track situation. Garbo is going to not pull, wondering if Rios can rejoin doing the do-si-do with 3 to go. And it's going to be Mesa versus Garbo with a major gambit. This is three-dimensional chess at 30 miles an hour. Rios now going to try to scratch and crawl and get back on with 2 to go. 2 laps to go, 40 plus. Garbo rolling through neutrally. He's not pressing the gas whatsoever. Rios is going to reconnect. Inside of the final mile, when they come through, it'll be bell lap. Once again, 3 riders, and boom, here comes another move from GoFast. John Garbo. There it is, Garbo's wheel number 3. Rios punching. This is very smart. Rios did the counter. It was imperative that he went, but he's got to be careful. Mesa kind of likes the situation, I suspect, with Garbo not in the hunt, but Garbo scratching and clawing, and he is getting back on. Look at Garbo with his head down, wondering if Rios would just kind of back up a fraction. You've got to look back in this situation. Look back and assess where is your teammate. Three riders. This has been very dramatic. When one rider's out, he comes back in. GoFast definitely playing the numbers game, the stratagem to perfection. But you've got to close. At some point, everybody's exhausted. This is your 40 plus. If you're joining us now, this is lacrits.com. In the 40 plus, 3 riders off the front on bell lap. This, the final lap. Garbo, Rios, and Rigo Mesa. Now Phillips rolling the front. Kevin Phillips 4th on the road, and this is your 3 riders battling it out. Rios, Mesa, John Garbo. That's the position you want to be. That's the chariot of fire, John Garbo. Looks like Antonio Rios is going to give it up, fall on his sword for his teammate, John Garbo, trying to set up a final burst. Who's it going to be? Who will be crowned the king of Route 66? Get your kicks in Upland as they enter the final corners. This, the complete and final kilometers. And we've got a huge move. You can see Garbo carving it up like a holiday turkey. John Garbo, the Italian stallion, is making a giant move. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like John Garbo strikes gold. Job well done. John Garbo taking first. Rigoberta Mesa second. Antonio Rios taking third. And here's the bunch for fourth. A scintillating sprint right there. Looks like Phillips got his pocket pick there by the big orange rider. Jacko. Hallelujah. That was another dramatic, fantastic show put on by our 40 plus. So many moves. La Familia, very strong. Mesa had a win earlier today, second now. Certainly, Stage 2 cycle, we're pretty proud of these results. They raced as a team, as a unit. Garbo, a little bit fresher with his legs and his lungs, his first race of the day, and certainly used the numbers to his advantage. Bicycle racing is a team sport. Yes, so we've completed the 40 plus. So next on the menu, our men's Cat 2, racing for 50 minutes. And on schedule, the women Pro 123 at 125. And our men Pro 1-2 going off at 2:30 p.m.
Laurent Fignon a dû mettre pied à terre tout à l'heure au moment de cette chute. J'ai vu avant, on en discutait justement et...
The Tour de France began today.
Fabio Cancellara just sat there and turned on the pace.
500 metres to go. Can he come around to the left-hand side now? Shaking hands. Tudor Pro Cycling have pulled off a huge shot, Brian Smith. Incredible.
You are watching live streaming on LACrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around, we have bicycle racing all day long.
All right, if you're joining us, this is the men's Cat 2. Men's Cat 2 coming up. We are racing for 50 minutes. Our Category 2, it looks like we do have some more GoFast riders at the line. And Monster Racing Cadence also representing. 0.5 mile lap with 8 corners. Spectator friendly, no doubt about it. And we are located here in Upland, California at the gateway of the majestic San Gabriel Mountains. Mount Baldy Peak, elevation 10,000. It's just 10 miles due north. Matter of fact, just this week, May 5th, 2024, the president signed a proclamation expanding the San Gabriel Mountains National Monument, adding 105 acres of the U.S. Forest Service lands to the south and west of the current monuments, 346,000 acres. Talking about the San Gabriels. Thus, it's protecting the high-altitude cultural, scientific, and historic lands for generations to come. Rich landscape, for sure. We're going to get some drone footage, get some aerial shots of the mountains this afternoon. The mighty San Gabriels hold important geologic significance, and the granitic landscapes are shaped by massive geologic forces over hundreds of millions of years. In these massive outcrops, we can view ancient and uplifted earth. Whether on a hike or a bike or a snowboard, it's all about rejuvenation and recreation. Enjoy the mountain journey, because the journey is the juice. And trust me, I get it. In these days of social media, it seems like some days we've all retained the law offices of bitch and moan. But good things are happening in the universe and in our own backyard right here in Upland, California. The Upland Memorial Park, a famous park because the Pipeline Skateboard Park is the only skateboarding park to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and that is within this park. The Pipeline. the skateboard park, which you can see on turn number 6. It's a square. It's shaped like a square pool. As our Dodge Charger sets them off. That was a neutral lap. Now we have dropped the flag for our Category 2s. Off and underway. So we've seen a lot of breakaways today. The last race, a flyer win by John Garbo in a 3-up sprint. The Category 3s came down to a bunch, and that was a dramatic win by our Romanian rocket, Tommy Dozensky. And in the 50-plus, we saw a 2-up. Well, evidently it was going to be a 2-up sprint between Phillips and Rigo Meza. Kevin Phillips, with a dose of bad luck, punctures with about 6 laps to go. So on a half-mile course, was unable to get a new wheel and had a bike exchange, hung on for second place in dramatic fashion. Meza taking the win with Stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California. Welcome, everybody, to LACrits.com, capturing every corner, every tight finish in Technicolor. Directed and produced by Ray Mars. For those of you who are relatively new to the sport watching, here's sort of an explanation, a Criterium Racing 101, which is really an event that's born in the USA. Criterium races are held on small circuits, on city streets with numerous laps. In this case, a half a mile, 8-corner course with sharp corners. This course actually is very flowy, would be a better term for this description of this course. In Criteriums, you see breakaways, attacks, counters, often culminating in a blistering sprint, Rasan Bahati-like 45 miles an hour. And to hot up the races, you're going to hear the bell being rung for preems and prizes. When the bell is sounded, it serves to animate the racing and reward showboating and spirited efforts for cash and merchandise. Myriad of prizes. The top finishers benefit from team tactics in Criterium racing. Your team sprinter must be clever in his timing and his execution, popping out of the slipstream, the draft, at the perfect space and time. Poise and position and power are paramount. And at times, incidental contact is not uncommon. This form of bike racing requires nerves of steel and both physical and mental dexterity. So don't be confused by the colorful, beatific field as they come coursing through. And you hear the preem lap being rung right now by Ronnie Toth. Battling for the preem. But it does look beautiful as they race around the Rose Garden. The birds are chirping, right? But in actuality, there is cutthroat tactics and cards to be dealt or played out on course. And in Las Vegas, when you're at the table, you can't identify the mark. Well, it very well could be you. Because fortune and spoils favor the brave and the cheeky. I try to script these races and I fail every single time. Welcome to Criterium Bicycle Racing. Truly, truly an invention of North America. And so if you're joining us, this is our Category 2s. We are 6 minutes into a 50-minute race. A beautiful, beatific day, majestic skies with the San Gabriel Mountains as a backdrop as these racers come coursing through the park. A beautiful setting in the tree-lined streets of Upland, California. And the wind's starting to dance just a bit. It was a tricky wind, a bit dodgy coming from the east earlier, and now it's starting to swirl. Would not be surprised if the wind ends up coming from the west this afternoon. And the winds can make it tricky. Oh, now we're seeing definitely some action here. That preem has fractured what was once an organized peloton, and now we've got fractures like shards of glass under the freeway overpass. John Garbo at the Podium Plaza receiving his spoils, his bouquet of flowers. John Garbo, the Italian stallion. His dad is here. Happy Mother's Day as well. John Garbo taking top step in the 40-plus. Riding for GoFast. Brandon York out there battling. York, another very, very capable rider in the Category 2s. Brandon York in the Kingfisher Blue Farmer Cycling Kit. Also in the pack, Michael Sweet. He's another special rider indeed with Courier Cycling. Andrew Stallings in the field here. So that's Brandon York on the move right now. He does have daylight. A big effort. York with Farmer Cycling. Punching tickets.
On my crystal ball whenever I can. This is the most pivotal point of the race. You have two of the strongest riders going off the front. You have riders looking at each other, sitting up. If you do not start riding your bike this second.
Brandon York on the move, joined by Tommy Fang with Team 6. Team 6 out of Redlands, California. Feng and York, those two riders are absolutely drilling it. The chase is on. This is a pivotal moment in this race early. With a reduced field, it's almost as if you're in a breakaway from the gun. York definitely spending some bullets, unloading a lot of watts, trying to get some serious space, trying to build that hovering 20 seconds, which he can then expand upon. It's always the early part. It's one thing to create distance, but it's a whole other thing to maintain space, to maintain that breakaway distance and succeed. So York willing to really do the lion's share as Feng, a capable rider, seems to be hanging on a little bit. Dosing his efforts is Tommy Feng. Still York at the front, tall in stature. Feng is looking for his teammate. And now Tommy Feng on the inside. He is definitely drilling it, and he is all in now. Feng with York. Well, David Michael Sweet now, he is in no man's land, but he looks like he's going to be able to latch on if he can maintain this momentum and acceleration. Sweet is nearly connected. Goodness gracious, that was very quick. David Sweet, he came out like a Polaris missile, about to connect. 2 corners out. Sweet has done it. He has latched on. And so 2 becomes 3. This is clearly a very dangerous move. David Sweet, Tommy Feng, Brandon York. So spectator friendly here with the half-mile course, 8 corners. If I poke my head out of the commentary box, I can hear them flying by, not unlike NASCAR. You can hear the turbos whistling as they come, whiffing by. So the question amongst these three is it's a little bit early in the chapters. We still have a couple chapters to go in the novella, but who is the fastest in terms of a quick burst of energy? Who has the most maximum explosive power between Sweet, Feng, and York? Tommy Feng, he's the shortest in stature. You can see this is the symmetry is pretty good here, right, in terms of gradation. You've got Feng, and then you've got Sweet, and then York in that order, right? And they're going in ascending order of height from short to medium to tall there. So when Feng is finished, he will get behind Brandon York and have that maximum slipstream, York being the giraffe amongst the pigeons, right? So you can see there again the silhouette. And the course is somewhat deceiving. There is a grade, as three riders definitely are not out of it. The chase number 1, Monster Cadence, Daniel Caldera taking a big tug. It's definitely not about quitting for those 3 riders. There comes the break there, and there's your time gap. Here's the first chase, 3 against 3, out on course. And there's that left, right, left, which really is just a swivel of the hips on the course. Your three-man break through the oak trees on the picture. And the three-man chase right there. GoFast and Cadence doing the lion's share on that chase. Another beautiful shot there showing both break and chase number one. York at the point. And again, these three riders on the same short stretch. You're starting to see a little bit of confrontation, a little bit of conversation, and they need a little more action, and they can get across. It's not done and dusted. But they've got to maintain organization. They've got to get together in simpatico, an agreement, because I'm looking at the three riders up the road, and they're well organized, cohesive, maintaining that order. York, and then Feng, and then Sweet. Have not seen any kind of reshuffle in the organization. The sweet spot, indeed. David Sweet and Feng being on York. York with those massive wings. A classy rider. Talking about Brandon York, as well as Tommy Feng and Michael Sweet, David Michael Sweet. Tommy Feng racing for Team 6, the team out of Redlands. And there's Brandon York finishing his move. And in the chase, 3 has now become 2. So Caldera now out of that chase group. Looks like Caldera did one strong move with Monster. And he is done. He's going to go get maybe an egg burrito here on the infield as our three riders, Sweet, Feng, and York at the point. Actually, looks like Caldera had a mechanical incident. So don't say Caldera was fried, dad, or laid to the side. He had a situation with his saddle. Daniel Caldera in the pit trying to get it corrected. Moment of panic. Daniel Caldera in the pit, trying to get his rig right. Certainly that's to the advantage of our three riders up the road. Talking about David Michael Sweet, Tommy Feng, and Brandon York. Brandon York is going to try to reintegrate, but he's going to be at least a lap down. Hats off to Caldera. You know, you paid your entry fee. You got a bib number pinned. It's a beautiful day to race. It's a beautiful course. Get your chops in. So he's going to reintegrate. He's in pit right now. As you can see, getting some advice from Holly Breck on the megaphone on the back stretch. And there you have Caldera there on the left of your screen. He's going to be reintegrating. If he can get his pedal in and not knock anybody down. There you go. Well, there's my mate, Caldera, back in the race. There he is, Dan the Man Caldera. And this is your three-man breakaway at the front, the Tête de la course. The chase is actually somewhat disrupted by the mechanical, but it looks like the two riders are separated. York, Feng, Sweet. 8 cameras out on course. Capturing every corner in Technicolor. The Supreme Lab merchandise on the line. Let's see if the Preem Lap shakes it up. So far, it's been a very good mix for the 3-man break in our Category 2s.
Our men's 40 plus, category 1 through 3 podium. In third place, Antonio Rios, racing for GoFast, category 4. He's been moving up quick. In second place, Rigo Mesa. Out of Marietta, California, racing for stage 2 cycling. Bosch, presented by Gilead. And your champion.
I was talking to David Michael Sweet before the race. He plans on racing Hardman Classic June 9th. The Hardman Classic leaving on June 9th from Anaheim, traversing the local mountains. Tommy Feng picking up the Preem.
York.
23 minutes into the 15-minute race, Cat 2s, and coming up after the Category 2s are Women Pro 1, 2, 3, racing for 60 minutes. And the finale, the signature event, Men Pro 1, 2, going off at 2:30 p.m. Racing for 75 hot minutes. Really, really cool to have Pat Carroll put this race together with GoFast. He had a vision, and it certainly has been nothing short of spectacular. That is Route 66 in the background right there, also known as Foothill Boulevard, which runs east-west from Santa Monica all the way to Chicago. Get your kicks on Route 66. Route 66 was completed in 1926. And it still connects, like I said, Chicago to St. Louis. Everything sort of changed in 1954 when San Bernardino, the freeway opened, San Bernardino Freeway, the I-10, which diverted us travelers to and from the great LA basin, bypassing the romantic Americana attractions of Route 66, thus transforming Upland from a rural citrus grove community to a residential commercial community. Vintage neon remnants of the old Route 66, like the classic McDonald's with the original golden arches, can be found here in historic Upland. And you head east, you can go back in time from Upland to San Bernardino to Barstow, Amarillo, Flagstaff, Arizona. Don't forget Winona, Albuquerque, Tulsa, St. Louis, Chi-Town. Get your kicks on Route 66. An area steeped in history and roadside attractions. Back to the Future, and out of the hot tub time machine, we now make new history. Racing in the historic streets of Upland, California. Our three-man break, flying and chasing another fine example of California's gold.
Crushing here on this fine Mother's Day. Your Breakaway coming back through. Shooting a split on this lap. We're about halfway done. 26-ish minutes.
At the halfway mark in a 50-minute race, men Cat 2, 3-man breakaway. These three riders moving like a flying squadrons of fighter jets, like fire ants. They are swimming downstream right now with what looks like a tailwind at their backs. Sweet, Feng, and York, well compacted, well organized. There again, York at the front. You can see by the sculpture of his shoulders in that Kingfisher blue kit. Looks like he's going to take a gel, top off his sugar energy, and riding in second there, Feng. And wheel number 3, David Michael Sweet. Everything's cool. Do you want? Yeah, I'm off. Has a switch. You want to do a quick interview at some point? With headsets? Just had a brief moment with John Garbo. Congratulations on his win in the 40 plus. The half-mile course, 8 turns, fast, dodgy, and dynamic. York at the front. That's Andrew Stallings trying to get across. Not looking good for Andrew Stallings, but certainly a tremendous effort. And Max Noda now alone. Max Noda with his head down, elbows out. Good ride by Max Noda.
Well down, Caldera. And Stallings, the two-man time trial. Doing their best to find their way back to the chase. So it seems that Van York's going to be content to keep this all together. Based that he's racing the pro race later on.
Beautiful shots by LACrits.com. Very artistic shots. Let's enjoy the park in all its beauty. Giant oak trees, old growth oak trees, green fields. Route 66 there again in the background. Doesn't get any better than this. Right here in the heart of Upland, California.
Holding off the two-man chase. Stallings and Caldera.
So Tommy Feng at the point, riding for Project 6. In that aerodynamic position, carving those corners with dexterity and confidence. Look at Feng, just a kind of a swivel of the hips. A fast course, a difficult course. Feng with the elbow flick, and here comes David Michael Sweet. David Michael Sweet definitely said he wants to race the Hardman Classic, the gravel race coming up June 9th out of Anaheim, California. Brought to you by our friends at Crit Cross. David Michael Sweet winning at Crit Cross a few years back in time. That race put on by Eric Bierman. All around cool dude, Mr. Bierman and his team. Eric Squires, his partner with critcross.com. Check him out, June 9th. We saw Scott Redding win that race out of London, the UK, winning at the Hardman race last November in a two-up sprint. Scott Redding come to the Tour of Murrieta, representing, getting second in the Criterium. Just getting edged out by Lucas Bourgain of the Austin Outlaws, and then coming back on stage 2, Scott Redding in dramatic, emphatic fashion, winning stage 2, Scott Redding with the SRCT team. Scott Redding cycling team out of London. If these three guys can hang on, they're going to be automatic podium winners today at Upland, California. What does it take to podium? Well, we're going to find out. You've got to have dexterity and, in some cases, explosive power. Today, with three-man, it's really about being cohesive and having good luck. You certainly wouldn't want to have any kind of mishap. The fitness is obviously already on display. Nobody's been trailing off whatsoever. These three riders seem to be pretty even in their ability and fitness. But certainly Brandon York can read a race like a book. And that's York at the front, picking up the preem. York is going to try to establish a move there, and he is certainly on a short leash. Tommy Feng right on that move. There's Feng right in the hip. These guys are really good riders in terms of close proximity of each other, right? They are and elbows as they're taking these corners at speed. No brakes. Couple in-mommy riders coming to registration. Happy Mother's Day. In-cycle mommies in the house. Our three-man break looking to lap these riders. Three riders with Stallings trying to get across. It's a truly wise man says never play leapfrog with the unicorn as they hot it up. And when a wolf is chasing your sled, toss him a biscuit, but don't stop to bake a cake. Tough sledding out on course if you miss this break. And so, memo to self, you've got to risk it if you want the biscuit. Certainly Caldera just had bad luck with that mechanical. He's back in the race. Peering out the commentary box here. It's a beautiful day. Ronnie Toth working up the mic on the PA, working the energy up to a froth. Ronnie Toth, that dude could talk a starving dog off a meat wagon. And, I'm so hoarse I can drag a wagon. Announcing yesterday at Boulevard was tremendous. The road race in Southern California is back, revamped and resurrected. In that race, we saw Dylan Geary with Ice Speed Felt winning the race in solo fashion. Last year, it was Eater Fryer with Legions of Los Angeles winning at Boulevard. Yesterday, we saw Dylan Geary, who's going to be racing today, and he's bringing some of the cavalry with Ice Speed Felt, including none other than Thomas Fuller, another breakaway rider. He also was at the Hardman Classic. Tommy Fuller with Ice Speed Felt, another special rider. Watch for those two guys to animate Ice Speed Felt on the move. Talked to Ron Gill yesterday. Gil Run, I should say, the director sportif with Ice Speed Felt, and he definitely said his guys are motivated, and he kind of called a shot like Babe Ruth. He said Dylan Geary, after winning he came in third for the KOM at Rwanda, and that he had good legs, a good block of training, and that Geary could take the win at Boulevard yesterday, and he certainly did in dramatic fashion. So three riders, and they've lapped. The fourth is Stallings, or I'm sorry, that's Caldera, and they're Stallings. So now we have five riders. And the bell has been rung for a preem lap. They are vying for merchandise on the line. This is that southern portion of the course. Three corners out, now two corners out. This the right-hander. Then a left-hander here, a sweeping left-hander, which is the final corner. Corner number 8. Tommy Fang, elbows out, looks like he's going to pick up the merchandise. Tommy Fang with Project 6 picking up the valuable merch. Brandon York back, piloting in the front, doing the work at the sharp end of the peloton. York, Sweet, Fang. Caldera latched on. He's a lap down. Colleen Gullick is racing today. She's another special rider that is on the bubble for selection of the U.S. Olympic team in Paris. Colleen Gullick, racing for Skyline, is here. Max Noda in fourth on the road. And this afternoon, certainly the crosswinds can get tricky. It should be interesting. A highly intriguing course, dynamic, technical, and fast. Inside laps now. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. 2.5 miles on a half-mile course, 8 corners. Brandon York at the front right now. With 5 laps to go, thank you for joining us on LACrits.com. What a resplendent day in the USA. What a time to be alive. We are in the park with 5 to go. Our men, Cat 2, racing flat out. At some point, it's going to, I think the wheels are going to come off at some point, but there's been a lot of cooperation in this move. No doubt about it. Most of the work shared by Sweet, Fang, and Brandon York. Brandon York racing for Farmer Cycling Team in that Kingfisher blue at the front right here, right now. That's the final corner as they come across. You can see the red kite when they come through. 4 to go. Brandon York at the point. Tommy Fang on the inside. It's about embracing the pain, blocking the pain. Fang now at the front. York starting to get it a bit cheeky. York doing so much work. And Sweet, another cheeky rider. It's going to get dodgy in the final laps. Beautifully articulating these corners with confidence. Riders so closely spaced. They're practically kissing each other on the rims here. See the carbon fiber at speed there. Hotting it up. Fang with a face of pain after he pulls off that beautiful pull and a tug. And here comes, well, Brandon York is just waiting now. I think Brandon York has now paused a little bit and letting Fang extend that pull. Fang still on the front. Remember this moment. That could have been the moment where Fang was, perhaps he cooked the goose a little bit there. We shall see with 3 laps remaining. So Tommy Fang at the front, 3 laps to go, the equivalent of 1.5 miles left to this race. Who will be the king of Route 66? And so now Fang again, well, he's number 2, and that's David Michael Sweet at the point, riding for Corriere. These riders just moving molecules here at the front, sampling the wind. We have not seen the gloves come off yet with 3 laps to go. There might be a treat. If these guys just going to boil down to a sprint, it's going to be fun to watch. Part of me wonders if there's going to be a flyer here. Thus far, no attempt at solo. Here's your final sweeper. And here comes the attack, the aforementioned attack. Brandon York on the move with 2 laps to go. Brandon York looks like he's been covered. Every time York goes, Fang seems to cover. Fang riding tremendously and courageous. Brazen attack by York, covered by both Sweet and Fang. These riders just sticking together. You know that they're just flooded with pain and fatigue. They're about to embrace oxygen debt because it's going to be flat out. These 3 riders all alone. Project 6 rider Tommy Fang, 2 corners out. This is the right-hander. And this is the final sweeper right here when they come through. Look at that bell lap to go. Tommy Fang pulls over, pulls off. York is next. And then David Michael Sweet. For Category 2, the final lap. Bell lap. Bell lap. Caldera lap back is going to take a move on the outside with Monster Cadence. Mucking up the water so that he may appear deep. Certainly impacting the dynamic. Caldera at the front, a lap down. Tommy Fang taking the responsibility again, and here's your top 3 riders. Brandon York, wheel number 2. In position 3 is Michael David Sweet. And on the backstretch, heading southbound, another big move by Fang. Fang now with his elbows out, sharpening his knives, and it looks like he's followed by Sweet. He is indeed Sweet with the slightest of separation. Brandon York lining it up. Here we go. Tommy Fang looking good, and here comes Sweet. This is a battle royale, a 2 up, a 3 up. Will it be Fang? Fang right at the red kite. It looks like Tommy Fang with Project 6 strikes gold here at the GoFast Upland Criterium. And your replay, Fang on the outside, challenged by Sweet. Sweet on the right side of your screen. Fang, oh my goodness, it could have been Sweet. That's coming down to a photo finish. Michael Sweet on the right side of your screen. Tommy Fang on the left. Was he pipped? Almost drove York into the balloon there. A little bit edgy there, a little bit dodgy. I called Tommy Fang, but he certainly was carrying a little bit more speed at the line. But David Michael Sweet had the advantage coming out of that final corner.
You are watching live streaming on lacrits.com, directed and produced by Ray Mars. Every tight quarter, tight squeeze, every blazing, furious and fast tight finish, all captured in Technicolor by the LA Crit cams. Setting the standard, plowing ahead, ramping up the intensity. So stick around, we have bicycle racing all day long.
Well, this just in. It looks like David Michael Sweet did pull it off on the photo finish. All results are still provisional, but Tommy Feng did not quite get on the line, which is signed. Unofficial, looks like Feng second, Brandon York third, and taking the win today, David Michael Sweet, racing for Corrier. We're going to suss out the results, but right now we're calling it for David Michael Sweet. Congratulations, striking gold here at the GoFast Upland Criterium. What a beautiful day indeed. Welcome everybody, and to the mothers out there, happy Mother's Day. It is a beautiful day indeed. LACrits.com, capturing every corner, every tight squeeze, every fantastic finish in Technicolor. Directed and produced by Ray Mars. We've got our women Pro 1-2 coming up. And in the finale, after the Pro Women 1-2-3, our men Pro 1-2 going off, racing for 75 minutes, scheduled to go at 2:30 p.m. local.
Laurent Fignon a dû mettre pied à terre tout à l'heure au moment de cette chute. J'ai vu avant, on en discutait justement et...
The Tour de France began today.
Fabio Cancellara just sat there and turned on the pace.
500 metres to go. Can he come around to the left-hand side now? Shaking hands. Tudor Pro Cycling have pulled off a huge shot, Brian Smith. Incredible.
On the front the whole way, but then was able to dial it back to about 250 for two-thirds of the time, and then it started getting a little bit attacky there at the very end. But overall, with this corner or in this course, if you're in a really good group that knows how to keep speed, you really don't need to surge too much. You can really hold your speed with a group of. You're just in a good line.
And your just so people can compare if they're about your same height and weight, your FTP sitting around maybe like 340 or so.
Oh God, I wish about 315, 320.
Women's pro race coming up next. Your USAC official, Sam, with your instructions. A little spicy bit of information. We have David Worthington sitting passenger side in the cop car, disguised as a Charger. I don't trust it. It looks like a cop car. You guys do what you want, but I would stay a little bit behind it. He has been writing tickets to the Boomers earlier today. Our women's pro field neutral lap. We've got 60 minutes on the clock. David Worthington sitting passenger seat in our neon Dodge Charger. It looks like a cop car. I'm not looking for to get a ticket. I don't want any trouble, officer. Officer. We've got our neutral lap for the women's pro field 1 through 3. My name is Ronnie Toth. I'm on the live microphone, but hopping on over YouTube. Spend some time with y'all. David Worthington sitting passenger seat. If you catch a glimpse of a handsome fella, there he is taking selfies. To be expected for a boomer in training. David has a long storied history of racing. He's been racing since the early 1940s when bicycles were invented. But he has become fond of a derailleur nowadays. About to get him into index shifting. 11 gears at your disposal. Our Charger is taking off. And our women's race is live and getting comments. Women's Pro Field, 60 minutes on the clock. Clip in, dip out. Thank you, ladies, for putting on a show. Goodness, first lap putting in work, stringing it out, nowhere to hide. She says, if we're going to race for 60 minutes, you better bet we're going to race for 60 minutes. Going to get my money's worth. Look, that entry fee, I divided it up. It comes out to $1.25 a minute, and I'm going to earn mine. Oh, we've got a selection absolutely getting after it. The women, they are putting down the power. Looks like Tyler Mize finding a way into that front group. Absolutely fantastic. Group of 4 deciding they indeed do want to race their bikes. The hardest distance to cover is between the couch and the depression nap and the front door. Look, truly, that's the hardest part, is finding the motivation to put some pants on. Ideally, your big boy pants. Lace up the shoes and get out the front door. Look, there's times in my life where having Velcro shoes versus having lace-ups was the difference between getting a ride in or not. When motivation is low, Velcro makes all the difference. Don't even get me started on BOA dials. You could tighten those 2 miles into a ride. But the less obstacles between you and sweating it out, building your best self, the better. Oh, this is precarious. Looks like Tyler Mays has decided to go back to the peloton. And our group of 3 is down to get it. That lead group of 3, Colleen Golick, Maria Benson, and Paige Gostanecki. goodness. David Worthington back from the adventure of a lifetime. He was out there celebrating Mother's Day. Equal opportunity over here, 2024, in the Dodge Charger. David, tell us about Dodge.
My goodness. Montgomery is the pilot, right? His dad owns the dealership. The lime green machine is rolling. And man, that was exhilarating to be in the Dodge Charger taking a hot lap. I was able to get some coverage with my cell phone. Got some video coverage. Was shooting the women peloton, and they're all like fist pumping, going, "This is really cool, man! What a great atmosphere for bicycle racing!" And hey, I recommend a hot lap if somebody wants to get a lap. It's a lot of fun. Colleen Golick is in this move. Merchandise Preem on the line.
A trail SWAT jacket by Specialized. Preem lap.
Merchandise Preem up the road.
So trail SWAT jacket by Specialized, brought to you by InCycle Bike Shop. Trail SWAT jacket to the winner of our next lap. In our breakaway, we've got Colleen Golick racing for Team Skyline Cadence. Maria Benson, formerly of the InCycle Mommies, and Paige Kostanecki racing for the Austin Outlaws. I'm not willing to yet concede that that's the winning breakaway, but it is very promising should our peloton decide to sit up this early. This course is definitely conducive to suffering and to going solo dolo. Just let me Rolo off the front. Don't worry about me. I will come back. If you need me, I will be up here in the breakaway. Please only contact for emergencies. Looking to come across a solo rider. Love to see it. Colleen Golick driving it, taking our preem. Well done, Golick. Looking to get across, Marlena. Rider 467. Marlar de Bemis, a faster me. Making the absolute most pivotal move of our race so far. Trying to get across solo to a break of 3. It's going to be a crucial lap for Marlena Bemis. Can she get across to that group of 3? This is where if you're a real mean lady, you look back, you see Marlena in no man's land, no woman's land, and say, yeah, no, you're not coming across. And you go to the front and drill it and keep her in no man's land, the land of machine gun fire, barbed wire, and hellacious winds upon the snout. You basically send her back to the peloton. But I don't know if the ladies are thinking that strategically so early on, or if they even care. Maybe they want the help before. You just never know. This early on, a break of 4 is a little bit easier. I did the math, 34% easier than being in a break of 3. Come on, Marlena, get across. Now or never. Our break of 3, about to be a break of 4. Backup has arrived. Marlena getting across. Well done, girlie. That's the most savage move in cycling is the solo bridge across to the break. Go straight to the front of the break. Look them in the eye. Take a pull and say what? What? Going across and then straight to the front. It's still dicey. She may or may not get there. I say 60% yes, 40% no. 1, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, and then a headwind. If she's on the limit, that could be all she wrote. Oh, see, that's the trouble of having an announcer that knows things. May have blown her cover, sneaking up to the break. But who knows? It could reset. It could be the best thing that ever happened to her. Colleen Golick drilling on the front. Marlena, everything, girlie. Get there. Get there. Hurt yourself right here. This is the move. Cycling is all about how much pain you can take. How much pain can you take and how long can you sustain yourself in that pain cave? She's getting reabsorbed. So if you're watching on our live stream, tactically, that was the perfect example of what it means to get caught in no man's land. So Marlena Bamus tried going across solo to a group of 3. She's got a great sprint. But the trouble with a sprinter is a lot of times having that depth of fitness to be able to time trial can be difficult, and just getting all the way across to it can be hard. On the flip side, sometimes a pure sprinter, if they have an explosive 20 seconds, they can get across, make it look like nothing. Because there's been times where myself, I've struggled to get across to a breakaway. Our break of 3 is now a break of 2.
Yeah, it looks like Maria Benson struggling a little bit. So Colleen Golick coming through with muy fuerte energy. Colleen Golick with Skyline drilling it. And joined by Austin Outlaws, Paige Kosanecki.
Marlena Bamus has got a great depth of fitness racing triathlons. So it may have suited her better if she had more of a genetic, explosive sprint to be able to jump across that. Even having great endurance for 5 hours, this is a Criterium, so it's a little bit different. Jumping across the gap and being solo in the wind for 5 minutes, chasing 3 girls 3-on-1, is a different race than a 6-hour bike during an Ironman triathlon.
This is really a wicked fast. Flowy is the word I'm getting as a descriptive. It's a very flowy course. It flows. It's about the hip swivel. We've seen seesaw battles out there, and this is going to be pretty fun. If it's Kostanecki versus Colleen Golick, we're in for a treat, no doubt about it, as Golick comes through with Kostanecki right there on the hip. It seems like they're already starting to play some card games, showing kind of the face of a poker match, right? It's a woman versus woman, but guess what? The chase is lit. The Romanian rocket, Georgeta Ungureanu at the point. Ungureanu drilling it, bursting through the corners, ripping up the tarmac at the park, crushing the pedals. That gap eroded down to 7 seconds by virtue of Georgeta's pull as she comes through, and now she's tucked back into position number 8 or 9, trying to stir up the energy. The impetus is to not let these two dangerous riders get away. And here are your two leaders on the road right here, Golick and Kostanecki.
Goodness, absolutely flying. Only about 10 minutes in, 14 minutes in, they're about to lap the field. Just shows you the depth of fitness and how much of a factor the wind can be out here. Wind is a cyclist's worst enemy, or if you're strong in it, it could be your best friend. I always like wind and heat. Wind and heat are kind of the equalizers for the climber types. 120-pound grown men climbers ripping my legs off in the mountains, but I tell you, when we're on flat ground in the wind, the sun is shining, it is a reverse Uno card. Big Poppy, 190 pounds, hurts you in the wind. Joined back here, my buddy David Worthington, fresh out of the cop car. Dodge Challenger.
Yeah, I think we were definitely breaking the speed limit here in the park in that lime green Dodge Charger. Definitely hit some RPMs, roughly 1,000. What a cool atmosphere, right? There's actually a skateboard park in here that's inducted into the Hall of Fame, the Pipeline, right over here by turn number 6 as our two leaders come coursing through. Golick is looking very good. Golick is vying to be on the Olympic team. Chloe Digert, the only auto selection for the games coming up in Paris very soon. Colleen Golick is on that short list to make the team. They're going to have to make a decision pretty soon, but Colleen Golick is a stellar rider with very deep, huge palmaris, racing for Skyline. Colleen Golick in that two-person breakaway. They look good, but the chase is definitely on.
Colleen is joined by Paige Kostanecki of the Austin Outlaws, racing Category 2. We shall see if the two of them have the strength to stay away in this wind for a full hour. Got Eli Watson in the house showing up to beat up the pro men. A man out here growing some facial hair and beating up on the pro men. A genuine chance at World Tour. I always said you got to be Cat 1 by 17 years old. You can have a shot at World Tour. 17, 18. Remember Brandon McNulty back out in the day, racing at CBR, being in a breakaway with Phil Guyman, Bahati, Brandon McNulty, who went on to be racing for Rally, which is Continental Pro, got some World Tour experience racing some World Tour races, and now he races for UAE, Domestique for Tadej Pogačar, and even strong enough to win races on his own. Ellen Strickland, Tyler Mays. Ellen's double dipping, racing a few races today. That would be our chase, or our main peloton. Georgetta Ungarinu, Marlena Bemis, knowing that they need to put themselves in the wind, see if they can bring this back, or possibly more likely minimize being lapped.
Yeah, and you talk about Brandon McNulty, who came through the Lux program, right? Roy Nickman's program of development riders, not unlike Velosport. You know, a lot of those riders went on to special places and getting professional contracts. Brandon McNulty from Phoenix, he rode very strong in the Tour de France. And like I said, he graduated from that Lux program, now riding for UAE in support of a guy named Tadej Pogačar, right? Brandon was 6th place at the Tokyo Games, people forget. And he also won a race at Paris-Nice. Brandon McNulty. A lot of those young cats like Sepp Kuss and Nielsen Paulus, Matteo Jorgensen doing tremendous work right now in the Grand Tours. Quinn Simmons, Joe Dombrowski, and Kevin Vermarke. All these young riders coming through the programs and showing the world what's up. Certainly, American cyclists are up and coming, and they have pretty much put the stamp on the world. That hiatus is over. America is back on the world stage.
Eileen Andres taking up the chase there, followed by Georgetta Ungarinu, Romanian national champ. It's definitely fascinating seeing juniors riders coming up through the ranks and then going World Tour. Brandon McNulty, I'm not sure if he caught that World Championship, the Olympic race. He nearly pulled off the gold medal. He was absolutely animating the race, and it was with Richie Carapaz. Richie Carapaz was kind of just sitting on him, playing possum, and Richie Carapaz is known for kind of holding back and attacking. I would say if Brandon McNulty was solo and didn't have Richie Carapaz sitting on him, he very well could have won that race. So 6 doesn't sound that great, but he was very, very close to an Olympic gold medal in the road race.
Yeah, you're right. He has eyes on the prize. Certainly 6 at Olympic Summer Games is tremendous. Carapaz kind of like a Vinokurov, who also won gold as an Olympian. Vinokurov was known for kind of hanging out and waiting for a ballistic, 2, 3, 5 kilometer bust out. Vino had those moves, not unlike Carapaz. Carapaz is known to be very cagey. That's why we love bike racing, because you can have a marathon runner and a sprinter battling each other, right? It's not a boat race. It's not in a marathon. The strongest runner is probably going to win 99 times out of 100. This is a completely different scenario. There are specialists within the pelotons. You talked about this race being really kind of tailor-made for the breakaway, and I think 80% of the races have ended in a breakaway. But that's what we're talking about. You have a specialist in this sport, which is so awesome to have. because there's the whole new wrinkle, and it creates drama and uncertainty, and sometimes you can break the typecast, right? The sprinter, Peter Sagan, is a bunch sprinter. Well, no, he can win on a hilltop summit as well. Bike racing is so dramatic, and we love it. It is so much fun.
We saw Peter Sagan win Tour of California, and even including Mount Baldy. I mean, just imagine that. They had to go up those final switchbacks and the bowling alley. Oh, it's that final 14% at Mount Baldy, and Peter Sagan was able to minimize his losses so much with the time bonuses from winning the sprints. He was able to win the overall at the fabled Tour of California back when it used to exist. Would love to see that come back. My girl is always saying, if Tour of California comes back, you know we're following every day. It's like we did that with Redlands, but that would be next level, be able to follow the World Tour. Austin Outlaws on the front. That's Mary Joyce Monton. A little bit of teamwork. Fighting the good fight. We got Tyler Mize staying in contention. Well done.
Tyler Mize with a smile on her face. She appreciates the call out. Tyler has been, she's back in the day, she was a perennial top 3 finisher. Kind of left the sport for a bit, and now she's coming back, and it's a long campaign to come back in this sport. Colleen Golick looking strong right now, working pretty well with Paige Kostanecki with the Austin Outlier. We're pretty privileged to have Holly Breck working support today. She's behind the scenes, and she's helping with this race, giving up her time and passion. Holly Breck with Team DNA, a very, very special rider, too. And Team DNA has been on a path of domination this year. Holly Breck, winner of the points jersey in 2023 at the Redlands Classic, and that was a dramatic competition. The points competition won by none other than our favorite, Holly Breck, the pride of Santa Barbara. She calls this area her secondary home as well, and Holly Breck has been doing a heck of a lot of traveling this year. Good to see Holly helping out. We do appreciate you, Holly Breck. And here comes our 2-person break, coursing through the park. Colleen Golick at the point. The sport of cycling really is rich in legacy stories. You talk about, for example, we were fortunate to witness mentors and students. You know, Justin Williams, mentored by Rasan Bahati. Bahati, the mentor of mentors, but there is an expression that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. When the student is truly ready, the teacher will disappear.
And if you have a teacher, you have nothing to fear.
Aaron Swanson, if you hear my voice, please come to start finish. Aaron Swanson. And look at here, Golick is alone. This is a demonstrative move, and that puts Kostanecki in a spot of bother.
We have a LABA, L-A-B-A racer looking for a spare bike. Anyone has a spare bike or a rear disc wheel? A LABA racer, if you can hear my voice and you're with LABA, bring us a spare rear wheel or a bike with speed play pedals.
Here comes Swanson right now. I guess he did hear. He's listening. Swanson, go to the pit, please. Ask, and ye shall deliver.
The wind is definitely picking up, becoming more of a factor than it was earlier in the day. Looking at about a 10 mile per hour wind coming from the southeast east. This would be what would be considered our chase, would say.
Yes, and that's Dr. Feline Endress taking a move there on the inside, trying to whip up the speed.
Can we get the men's Category 2 to the podium area? That would be Brandon York, Tommy Fang, and David Michael Sweet. David Michael Sweet, Brandon York, Tommy Fang. You guys are probably getting some glycogen in for the men's pro race. I think all three are double dipping. What's that say about fitness, no quitness? We're gonna bang out the men's Category 2 podium. Some much needed upgrade points for those fellas. A rare standalone Category 2 race. Normally it's Category 2/3, as I call it, because they are 2/3 of their way to being pro. I don't usually call it that. It was a dad joke just now. Paid for by David Worthington. He's really been splurging lately, paying for the good jokes. But I think it's going to come full circle to him. Return on investment. Worthington Events.
My boy Ronnie Toth, he could talk a starving dog off a meat wagon.
One of my personal favorites of yours. And I have been retired off of talking starving dogs off meat wagons. I have so much meat and very little dogs. I'm not sure where they went. They may have starved.
Well, this is where we get into the heat of the meat, right? Down to the marrow. With a half a lap, half a race remaining, the heat is on. A tremendous day in the park. I was about to say that Kostanecki just went through the group like poop through a goose, but I think I'm wrong. There's a couple riders out there racing for Austin Outlaws in the black kit. We're going to suss this situation out. As the flags are starting to dance, the purple flags, the jacaranda purple, royal purple, purple rain here at Upland. Feline Endress takes another move at the front, and she's going to wheel over to the left as they come through like a conveyor belt. Colleen Gullick alone, looking and aiming to catch the back of that main peloton, trying to lap all alone. Solamente, a solo artist. Colleen Gullick racing for Skyline. If she keeps this up, she might be on the Olympic team in Paris. Chloe Dygert, the only automatic selection for our summer games, as far as I know, on Team USA. All right, the quixotic pursuits of a solo artist making a move. Resilience is required, no doubt about it. To survive the sling and arrows, has Gullick? No, she's 5 seconds back, 5 seconds back. Colleen Gullick trying to connect the dots with desperation.
The age-old question, is life a highway or is life a criterium? You tell me. And this lap is a preem lap for this group only, preem lap. That's a Velocio $150 gift card to the Velocio Cycling Kit Company. $150 gift card to the winner of this lap for that group.
Well, let's see if they go for it. Colleen Golick's husband, Gibby Hatton, giving instructions on the time splits. Good to see Gibby Hatton out here. Another man that was no stranger to the top step. That man had a ferocious sprint. Gibby Hatton in the house, cheering on wife Colleen Golick, racing for Skyline. I'm terrible at name dropping, according to my buddies Gibby Hatton and Matthew McConaughey.
All right. I think now will be a good time to find myself on the breakaway. If you need me, I'll be in the breakaway. It'd be a lot cooler if you went the breakaway.
Yeah. My parents moved a lot. That's okay. We always found them.
This is a preem lap. Who wants it? At the line, looks like it's going to be Georgetta. Georgetta taking home the Velocio gift card.
So we're going to award the Preem winner to Georgetta Unguriano, though the virtual leader on the road is connected to the same peloton of Georgetta, none other than Colleen Golick. And Kostanecki in this second group now. She may have taxed herself just a bit with Golick making ribbons of Kostanecki's legs. She went back to the pack and then spat out the back. And you look at Golick's move, it's certainly not folly, right? It's hard to recognize a move. Is it frivolity or is it good to go? Is it fool's gold or is it the real deal? With Colleen Golick, you're looking at another fine example of California's gold. And Golick smartly just latching onto the back of the primary group. Why? She can see all eyes. And there goes Georgetta putting on a show for us once again. Georgetta Unguriano stomping on the pedals. Definitely international flavor today. We saw the Romanian win earlier, and we have Georgetta, also from Romania, located in Eastern Europe, bound to the east by the Black Sea, to the south by Bulgaria, to the west by Serbia and Hungary, and bound to the north by Ukraine. The capital city is Bucharest, known for its stunning, towering castles and charming villages and agriculture. Its flag has vertical stripes of blue, yellow, and red. Georgetta Unguriano sports those colors as she is your two-time national champ of Romania out on course right now. Nadia Comaneci, a national hero in Romania. Understandably, she won 9 Olympic medals, 5 gold medals. Talking about Nadia Comaneci, the first to score a perfect 10 in the Summer Games of 1979 Montreal.
Our men's Category 2 podium in third place, absolutely animating the heck out of the race, Brandon York, racing for Farmer Cycling Team. In second place, Tommy Fang, a brilliant bridge effort of Team 6. And in first place, David Michael DM, so sweet. Sweet. Taking the W for Karur Cycling Team. Watch out, this man will slide into your DMs. David Michael, sweet. Taking the W in the men's Category 2 field. Earning some crucial upgrade points towards his Cat 1 road cycling upgrade. The preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap, preem lap.
Merchandise preem lap on the line.
There's 2 insulated Wahoo water bottles and primal socks. Look, I'm going to be honest. I like to know what I'm sprinting for. And I've gotten some mystery preems in my life. It's nice to know what you're sprinting for. Leave it at that. Fantastic preems here, brought to you by InCycle. Insulated Wahoo water bottles and primal socks. Size medium. One size fits all. Fits most. I'll be honest, fits most.
We acknowledge.
So I believe second on the road is the Austin Outlaws rider by the name of Paige Kostanecki. So we have an interesting dynamic happening here where the biggest group on the road has not yet been lapped by our female rider in second place. That's Paige Kostanecki of the Austin Outlaws. So if she gets caught by that lead chase group, which also has our leader who did lap the field. A little bit of an interesting dynamic. Essentially, she's having to outride 10 women. And solo dolo, she has gone off the front, broken away. Colleen Golick has had enough in riding with the pack. She's done with the group ride. She's back to racing her diet bike in a time trial format off the front.
That's right. Georgetta at the front, but she was caught out by a ferocious, explosive attack by none other than Colleen Golick, riding for Skyline. And this is second on the road right here, Kostanecki.
Paige Kostanecki, second on the road. Paige, if you can hear us, you got to hold off this big group. You need to keep from getting lapped. I know it's a lot to ask, but stay on it. You're about a half lap up.
Will she get help from these two riders on her wheel a lap down?
And goodness gracious, Colleen Golick, known for double dipping, racing in the men's race for Fitness Gains, has gone solo, and she may lap second place. This is very possible.
Georgetta still continues to hot up the speed.
At this point for that chase, it's just a race of ego to where like, okay, you lapped us. Now we're breaking away from us. So I would say their goal is to try and get Colleen Golick back. But good luck, good night. No chocolate on the pillow and no story time at bed. Colleen Golick may have peaced out for good.
Today has been awesome. Nothing but action-packed racing all day long. The GoFast in Upland Criterium, presented by InCycle Bicycles. Once again, GoFast, making a splash as Golick comes coursing through. She is heading northbound, now turns left on turn number 1, heading westbound. Here comes the primary chase. InCycle Mommies to the front. In that horseshoe, you can see Golick through the large old-growth oak trees in a leafy neighborhood. In the canopy of trees, it just doesn't get any better than this. We are a very far cry from Industrial Criterium Park racing. This is dynamic and a very highly intriguing course here at the Upland Memorial Park. Colleen Golick is she's not showing any tread on the tires. I think if anything, she's building speed. And this is something that Golick is good at, is razoring. Gibby Hatton the same way. It's called razoring, where you can actually slowly develop a slight fraction of increased velocity over time. It's a specialty that you find on the track. Guys like Kevin Phillips, guys, back in the day, Steve Hegg, 1984 medalist in the Summer Games in Los Angeles. Razoring, man. Colleen Golick, to me, she's got tremendous legs. If she wants to represent, or I say she's definitely on the bubble to represent in Paris the Summer Games. Colleen Golick certainly showing she can sprint. She also can TT. She's got it all, and she is locked and loaded, hitting on all cylinders today. And second on the road, once again, your Austin Outlaw rider, Paige Kostanecki. And the Olympics have road, track, BMX, cross. Why not make crit racing an Olympic sport, right? LA 2028, Summer Games, baby, yeah, right? Where's Mitt Romney? Get him on the telephone. Let's bring out Nelson Vels and Steve Hegg. Get them on the horn. I love it. Cycling is awesome indeed, in Criterium Racing, an invention of the USA. And our men Pro 1-2 at registration, seeing some of these cats. It looks like they just arrived off a bread line. They are hungry. Kostanecki at the point. So Colleen has only about 8 seconds on this group. Of course, she's a full lap up. But there is impetus to keep this thing rolling. With Kostanecki, is in distance where if they can pick up Kostanecki, they're battling and sprinting for second place instead of third. So there is real impetus for this group to keep it rolling. Feline Enders picking up the merchandise stream. Feline Enders with Incycle Mommies, another rider, no stranger to the podium. Happy Mommy's Day to all our mommies and mothers in the USA and beyond. Shine on. Pressure creates diamonds. A diamond is just a chunk of coal that's stuck with it.
In Diamond's defense, pressure also creates a gaseous tummy. So, hey, pressure can be good and bad.
Pressure burst pipes, both organic pipes, ceramic pipes, steel pipes.
Intestinal pipes.
Yeah, indeed. Second place on the road, once again, coming through the red kite here at Uplands. Paige Kostanecki. And Golick absorbed now. That was a very good energy by the Encyclo Mommies, calling Golick back with the main group. Still the leader on the road, but that chase was on full throttle. So her celebration of riding away solo on that move, premature. The chase stomping on the pedals. Tight quarters, tight squeezes, blazing. Every fast finish, all captured in Technicolor by LACrits.com cams.
You can find them live on YouTube. LA Crits on YouTube has a live stream currently running. The nice thing is the internet is forever until the solar flare hits. But up until then, you should be able to rewatch this race on YouTube. Not in real time. We understand that. But look, if it happens to find its way into your Tinder bio, that time you once went off the front in a race, it happens. You know, the internet is a useful tool at your disposal.
The death of TiVo, right? We don't have to TiVo anymore. We just hit replay shortly thereafter. LACrits.com definitely moving the dial, setting the standard with 8 laps to go. 8 laps to go.
That's Filene Andres on the front for the InCycle team. Lighten it up a bit. Teams who have been caught come back together.
Kostanecki, 8 laps to go. And plowing ahead, men's Pro 1-2. Scheduled for 2:30 p.m., racing 75 minutes. Ice Speed Felt in the house. Dylan Gary, yesterday's champion at the Boulevard Road Race, is present. 7 laps remaining with a move on the inside. 7 to go. Dylan Gary will be joined by his teammate Thomas Fuller. Tommy Fuller, another rider who can ride off the front. A special rider, Ice Speed Felt in the house. We'll see if Dylan Gary if he's impacted by yesterday's win solo at Boulevard. I would suspect that the legs would be a little bit salty after a tremendous solo ride by Dylan Gary with Dylan Gary with Ice Speed Felt.
It's kind of a weird phenomenon. Sometimes your best Criterium finishes can be after a hard road race. It's the strangest thing, but the last month I've started doing a hard Saturday ride and then race on Sunday and feel surprisingly well. I think it's like the 2 days after where you're really sore. But you got to find what works for you, right?
Right. Why overthink it? It's a race. You show up. Criterium, road race. If it's on the calendar, no excuses. Some of these riders have more excuses than a pregnant nun. Right? I can't because of this. You can. Come out and face the challenge. The Immaculate Conception reference. So Colleen Golick hanging out at the back, the caboose. She's just chilling right now with 6 laps to go. Really not an impetus. I think she still might try anyway. You know, just for radio, television, and film. You know, I think she's gonna try. I think she's gonna go for another solo. She's collecting herself, and we're gonna see if they're racing. If that main group are they sprinting for second or third? Right now, third on the line in the sprint. Golick just has to keep everything upright until, as you once mentioned, unless she's abducted by aliens, she's done and dusted and will win the race. She will be the queen of Route 66 today if she can just keep it upright.
The heat beginning to be a factor. Especially at this kind of early in the season where it hasn't been super hot and then suddenly you have a hot day. Can definitely take it out of the riders if you haven't been training in it. And granted, it's not that hot. We're still only in the low 80s, maybe 81 degrees. But if you don't train in it, anything over 60 beats you up. As a general rule, it's not hot until it's over 100.
Exactly. I mean, we have weathered the storm. We've had a lot of rain events, and this is absolutely a majestic, perfect day for bike racing under the canopies. Tree-lined streets of Upland, historic Upland, California. We are getting our kicks on Route 66. Flagstaff, Arizona. Don't forget Winona. Upland City is oh so pretty on Mother's Day. Four laps remaining. And here comes our primary peloton with 4 laps to go. Strung out indeed like a street poet in Amsterdam. They are rolling. It's good to see our women drilling it, crushing it, bursting through each corner, ripping up the tarmac here in the park. Four laps remaining, 4 laps to go. We also have in our Men Pro 1-2 riders from Belize. We saw the Belizean in a tremendous breakaway at LAX a couple weeks prior take a dramatic win. Jack Watson just coming up short, second place at LAX, 3 laps to go. With 3 to go. Quickly playing the Bound By game. Belize is located in Central America. The capital of Belize is Belmopan. It's not Belize City. The country of Belize is bound to the north by Mexico, to the west by Guatemala, to the south by Honduras, and to the east by the Caribbean Sea. Belize is known for its rich history, its vibrant coral reefs, lush jungles, mahogany forest, and Mayan ruins. Towering pyramids indeed. The country of Belize, land of kings. Going to be one hell of a race coming up. 75 minutes as we boil down into the marrow here in the final 3 to go. It does look indeed like this rider, Paige Kostanecki, is going to hang on for second. She's got a comfortable gap for second. That primary peloton sprinting for third. The laps just ticking away with 2 to go. Upland is bound by Rancho Cucamonga to the east, by Ontario to the south. To the north, the grandiose San Gabriel Mountains. Mount Baldy, also known as San Antonio Peak, just 10 miles from here. A beautiful day in the park, Ronnie Toth. This is absolutely gorgeous. I beg your pardon, I never promised you a rose garden. No, we got a rose garden. It's right here in front of us. Podium Plaza looking good. The flowers are blooming. The birds are chirping. The azaleas, the jacarandas. It is all good in the hood here at Upland, California. When they come through, we are going to be inside of 2 to go as they are strung out, racing for the final spot on the podium. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, ringing the bell. This, the final lap, with 1 lap, with 1 lap, with 1 lap to go, 1 to go.
All right, you want to see a magic trick? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see Colleen Golick go from the very back of the peloton to off the front, all in the stretch of 1 straightaway. You heard it here.
There in the back stretch, it looks like Golick moving up. No, she's pretty satiated right now, just hanging out at the back. Maybe she'll post up. Maybe she'll drift off the back and post up. Certainly, she's got it covered. She is in the green kit, racing for Skyline. Hanging out at the back. And here's second on the road, ringing the bell once again. Thank you, thank you. We are 1 to go. 1 lap to go. Paige Kostanecki all alone now for second.
Oh, a little bit of traffic in 2 to go. Not ideal. They're coming in hot. Final corner. Who's it going to be? Looks like it's going to be GoFast out of the saddle. Hard to tell who wants it. At the line, Austin Outlaws taking it.
Mary Joyce Monton picking up 3rd place. Your champion today. A big rounding Upland applause. Colleen Golick strikes gold.
Dennis lapping the field, going solo off the front, doing her best Corey Lockwood at CBR last week in impression, getting caught and taking a commanding win. Colleen Golick racing for Team Skyline Cadence.
So Austin Outlaws are going to represent 2/3 of the podium. Mary Joyce Monton taking 3rd. Kostanecki 2nd. And here she comes now, the rider that refused to be lapped. Congratulations to Kostanecki taking 2nd place, the silver medal today.
Next up, our men's Pro 1-2, scheduled for 2:30. Our men's Pro 1-2 field, begin making your way to the start-finish area. Men's Pro 1-2, begin making your way to the start-finish area. We are running fantastically on time. Good. Men, go ahead and wait for Pat Carroll. Pat Carroll standing in the middle. Your race director, helping to create culture. Give you something to look forward to in the form of racing. I-speed rolling deep. You guys are going to have one neutral lap following the Dodge Challenger, neon green Dodge Challenger. Going to have one neutral lap.
Laurent Fignon a dû mettre pied à terre tout à l'heure au moment de cette chute.
J'ai vu amorceur, on en discutait justement et...
The Tour de France began today.
On la qui termine le plus fort de sa
Fabio Cancellara just sat there and turned on the pace.
500 meters to go. Can he come around to the left-hand side now? Shaking hands. Tudor Pro Cycling have pulled off a huge shot, Brian Smith. Incredible.
LACrits.com or YouTube.
We are just moments away, and the timers are ready, and the riders are. We're not yet calling it, but I got to say, this is a fantastic environment. It's a majestic day. Happy Mother's Day to you all. This is going to be spectacular. We've got some star-studded riders up in here, so fasten your safety belts. All personal items in the overhead bin. Trays and seats in the upright position. Fasten your seat belts because this is going to be fun. We're going to have one lap neutral behind the lime green Dodge Charger, revving it up at 392. Hang on, this is going to be great. Welcome, everybody, to Upland, California. Upland City is oh so pretty. Get your kicks on Route 66. We've got 3 opportunities for merchandise preems. I also want to say congratulations to Dylan Gary with Ice Speed Felt winning at Boulevard Road Race yesterday. He is in the field. And we are off and underway. Corey Williams sporting the beautiful Belize colors. Here we go. It is on.
Should see a nice showdown here. Team 6 rolling deep, as well as Ice Speed. A few sprinters represented in the form of Chris Hildreth and Corey Williams, and SoCal Cycling put some icing on top. Very high chance we see a selection of, I would say, 5 riders. 5 riders or less get away in this race. It is very difficult to hide out there, and this course is unforgiving. in regards to accelerations. Even if nobody attacks, the course itself forces you to accelerate at least a few times per lap.
Well, these guys just came off a bread line. They are absolutely hungry as we drop the flag. Kilometer 0, hotting up the speed. Here comes Corey, no brakes. Williams sliding in rider 3. And there goes Tommy, Bam Bam Fuller, ice speed felt. We are absolutely throwing down the gauntlet from kilometer 0. It is on. Another rider with good legs, Chris Hildreth, riding for Team 6 out of Redlands, also in the field, bringing tremendous legs.
Chris Hildreth currently sitting in first overall in the leader's jersey, best overall rider in the California Bicycle Racing Series. 6-race series here in California. Everybody wants that yellow jersey. But this race looks to be unforgiving in regards to minimal places to hide, lots of wind, and a tight course that can easily be clogged or blocked should important guys go up the road. Chris Hildreth coming through on the front, sauntering, making it look easy. Had a bad crash a few weeks ago while traveling out of state. Broke his frame, but if there's anything that cyclists are, it is resilient, tenacious, and gritty. Not much quit in these fellas. Can definitely take a hit, stand up, look you in the eye, and say, got anything else? Because I've got a depth of grit, willing to bounce back from whatever hit you give me. Cyclist cut from a different cloth. Tell me the wildest story of grit that you know about a cyclist, David. Somebody that.
Well, I mean, grit is really important. I mean, sometimes what's more important, to be pretty or gritty, right? It's savage determination, dexterity, all that stuff's important. But to me, grit. I'm okay with a headwind if I'm gritty and not pretty, right? I'm okay with a crosswind if I'm gritty, not pretty. I'm okay with the heat, and I'm okay with the technical corners. There's so much grit in this course. You can open up a sandblasting company with a merchandise preem. Chris Hildreth at the front. Merchandise preem up for grabs.
Yeah, beauty fades, but grit will be with you for life. No matter what you go through, if you have grit, tenacity, it'll get you the hard times of life. And I found when you intentionally put yourself in the pain cave, by choice, when life, through circumstance, has you in the pain cave, suffering against your will, things you can't control, it becomes tolerable because you're used to being in hard positions.
The deeper you dig is a new discovery on how deep one can dig, right? You create the new abyss and you conquer. You keep going and you find that next level. That's what bike racing is all about. It's almost like I'm going to volunteer to stick my head in the oven at 450 and blast so that I can get used to 475, right? It's about lifting the irons that are red hot, like kung fu, and being tattooed with the pain and the heat as Fuller comes blasting through the red kite.
Taking our first preem, that's Thomas Fuller. Emphatically unchallenged.
Tommy Train Fuller, he can really go full gas. He's still at the front. He's going to continue that effort. Why not? He's hoping that Dylan, Gary, and his teammates, Ice Speed, can come up. I have not seen Corey Williams in a while. He's done a lot of traveling. Let's see where he's at. I mean, to me, of course, he's like Pogacar. You're going to put money on Corey Williams at any Criterium. But one never knows. Past performance, no guarantee of future success.
Normally we see them as a duo. Where is Justin these days?
Justin seems to be traveling as well. I'm not quite sure where he is. Kind of miss him on the scene, the local scene. That's why we're stoked to have these riders. Look at them carve that corner like a holiday turkey. Wow, that's the hottest speed we've seen all day long.
Jason Cianfrocca on the front, lighting it up, wanting to get this race started. Says, look, I signed up for a 75-minute race. I'm not going to soft pedal for an hour and then finish it off with 5 hard laps. Jason Cianfrocca, former pro when he was younger, he's back at it again. Making that comeback look twice as sweet. He's got a little bit of help in the form of ice speed, but my hunch is that the races are so fresh right now that's going to have a difficult time staying out there. Looks like Eli Watson going across, looking to turn that 2-man breakaway into a 3-man breakaway.
Eli Watson, 14 years of age. He was part of a breakaway that lapped the field, I don't know, about a month ago or so. Because bros ride bikes. He and the Watson, his brother, Jack, have been tearing it up. There was a time where they were just kind of a lovable story because they had so much chutzpah and joy and love for the sport. Now it's different. Now they're consistently performing at a high level. 14 and 16 years of age. Giovanni now in that move. Giovanni Romero also racing at Boulevard yesterday in the move.
It is absolutely night and day how much faster this race is. Just the sheer contrast. And I think to myself, oh wow, that's kind of cool. Like you could hang in there. But it is night and day difference from a lot of the lower categories. From the 4 or 5 race, these guys are absolutely flying.
They're creating their own weather system when they come through start finish, are they not? Like they are absolutely blasting, crushing every corner, ripping up the tarmac. A Sharknado following them when they come through.
It's never too early in the evening to go full Sharknado.
Air traffic control, we are cleared for hauling ass here in Upland. And we revel in the radiance of the purple, majestic jacaranda trees here at Podium Plaza. Purple in full bloom, bright and colorful. And like the Peloton, it is in full bloom right now, full stick. So let's get it on, people.
That was Giovanni Romero of iSpeed Felt on the front, lighting it up. iSpeed has definitely shown up motivated, it would seem. You guys are flying. Watching them come out of the last corner, they are definitely motivated. My hunch is this is going to be one of the races where they're racing as if it's a 30-minute race just to create the breakaway, and then we'll simmer down. But I think this race is going to be pretty much hard from the gun until we get a selection. So we're just doing our 40-20s until somebody pops and we get our top 5 guys in a breakaway.
Had a chat yesterday with Gil Ron, the director sportif with iSpeed Felt, and he's obviously really stoked about what his team is doing. They're kind of swinging above their weight class, and had a good visit with Gilbert Ron yesterday at a Temecula, and he said, oh, I'm definitely stoked to support Pat Caro and his team at GoFast here at Upland, and great to have iSpeed Felt coming out back-to-back racing yesterday. No excuses, and they are here today. iSpeed on the front. Giovanni Romero stamping his signature early on. Giovanni Romero also racing yesterday at Boulevard. Back-to-back, Jack.
That was a 26.5 mile-per-hour lap by Giovanni solo. Gives you an idea of how fast this race is going to be.
Giovanni crushing it as they just kind of chip away at that move. And talking to Gilbert Ron, he talks about throwing knives, keeping it aggressive. That's the typecast they want to be known for, is opening up the race, going for it, creating chaos, setting up the counter move, not just conceding to some sort of formal unknown script. Oh, Corey's here. We're going to watch Corey. No. Ice Speed hotting it up early, animating this race. Giovanni Nalcott and Corey Williams checking, monitoring the gap, and he is covered by that Belizean rider. Belize, position 4 and 5 on the road.
Both Thomas Fuller and Giovanni Romero coming off of the Redlands stage race, essentially the most competitive 5-day stage race in the United States at this point. Pretty incredible. They had a 30-mile climb going up to Onyx Summit at the back of Big Bear. I was fortunate enough to be able to watch all 5 days, and these guys are absolutely crushing it. iSpeed team led by Brian McCulloch. But Thomas Fuller and Giovanni Romero should be in most excellent fitness about a month after the Redlands stage race. Nothing like a 5-day stage race. Put some fitness in your legs and pep in your step.
And looky here, ladies and gentlemen, another Ice Speed rider off the front. Corey Williams on the radar. Corey's going to try to latch on. Ice Speed felt whipping up to speed. Boom! There he goes. That's Dylan Geary, yesterday's champion at Boulevard. One of the toughest road races in California, won by Dylan Geary just yesterday. He represents South Africa National U23 team. Dylan Geary rolling it up with that big pizza. The sausage is in the factory, and he is absolutely crushing pedals. It is single file like uncooked linguine right now.
Absolute perfect time to counterattack. There it is on cue up the right side. Somebody flying, hopping on a Vespa for a solid 200 meters. These guys are having to corner so hard. They're having to almost brake using just every bit of the road, curb to curb, flying into these corners. This course and this category is probably the only category where the course is limiting them by speed to where they might have to brake in some of these corners.
Absolutely, as they hot it up like a supercharged Dodge Charger. That is Dylan Geary at the point.
Little bit of a lull as I see multiple riders hitting the water. It's a good indicator when you see several riders at the same time reaching for their bottles. It's a good indicator that the pace is lulling. It's pretty much been full gas from the beginning of this thing. They're absolutely flying. Something that should make people nervous is seeing Brandon York tail gunning. He is not a man that you want sitting in the wheels resting. Well, my hunch is that he's probably a little bit tired from the 40 plus, or pardon me, the category 2. But I think we will see him later in this race. SoCal Cycling on the front, setting out a nice tempo. It's going to be a preem lap. Preem lap, preem lap, preem lap.
Merchandise Preem up on offer. Merchandise Preem up for grabs. The winner of the next hot lap. SoCalCycling.com at the front. Good to see Frank Cerati, the team director, had a short visit with Frank.
It's going to be an ASOS jersey to the winner of this lap.
ASOS jersey, that is definitely a top of the pyramid. The two riders, Corey has latched onto that move, and they do have some daylight right here, creating a gap. The chase is on.
Looks like first time we've seen Chris Hildreth. He has literally hopped on his Ducati and gone across that gap. Chris is known for filming himself carving the canyons on his Ducati and Kawasaki with the new 360-degree cam. Gets some incredible footage. It would seem that Chris has done enough crashing, he might want this jersey. Coming into the final corner here, we've got iSpeed, Corey Williams, and Chris Hildreth. This is a preem lap. ASOS jersey at the line. They're content just to roll.
Dylan Geary picking up the preem, indeed. Not contested. Thomas Fuller. So those two riders, Gary and Fuller, taking turns. Giovanni also mixing it up. Great to see Ice Speed Felt going 1-1-1, counterattack, rinse, and repeat.
Oh, it's Thomas Fuller, rider 918, taking home a brand new ASOS jersey. ASOS of Switzerland. Chris Hildreth coming over to the top. That group of four content to work together. I'm going to turn this into a time trial. It could get messy real quick. A very promising breakaway on an incredibly technical course could prove for an early selection that goes bye-bye. Goodness, absolutely testing out the durability of the sidewalls on these tires. Hildreth taking a strong pull in the wind. SoCal Cycling pulling through behind him.
That's Jacob Longo, wheel number 2 with SoCalCycling.com. Your source of cycling since 1993, Frank Cerati's program. Longo.
I appreciate Frank Cerati's got the courage to hop out there and still race. You know, it takes guts. Anybody that gets off the couch, leaves the home on a weekend, takes courage to do that. It takes courage to pin a number on, have your name show up on a ranking system online. Like there's no hiding. And you come out here, you ride in front of people. It takes courage to start. So kudos to you guys for having the guts to straddle the top tube, build your best self. Our break of 4 is about to become 6. A very pivotal moment of this ride so far. See, on a longer open course, that gap wouldn't be that significant, but on such a tight course, it matters. Sweet going across. Austin Carroll, former pro, going across. You've now got 6. Guys, this is showtime.
Yeah, that's a good combination. Ronnie, sorry to cut you off. Austin Carroll, another highly experienced rider. Carroll riding for Team 6 out of Redlands, California. A lot of experience and talent in that 6. A 6-pack is a good number for this course. One more might be too much, right? It's that Goldilocks number, 6, and they are rolling like their hair is on fire.
Certainly. Initially, I said it would be a break of 5. We could see one more rider jump across that, and we could see one possibly get dropped. I'm not sure if all 6 of those have the strength to stay in there, but that is the move of the day so far, and that very well could be gone. We will find out within the next 1 to 2 laps if that is going to be all she wrote for the day. But it has been everything, including spicy, up until this point. Ice Speed, motivated, flicking. Chris Hildreth, sweet. Austin Carroll, rider 908. It's going to be Andrew Stallings.
And I wonder if Thomas Fuller, with that elbow flick, the genuflecting, like, okay, I'm done pulling. I'm wondering if he might be feeling like he needs one more teammate up there. So perhaps we'll see Fuller just kind of masquerade in what we call diagonal pull. Get to the front, go through, and I try to disrupt the apple cart, come back, and already you're starting to see it stitched and weld back. Ice Speed probably wants at least 2 guys in the break today, especially if one of the break mates is none other than Corey Williams, one of the fastest guys. Yeah, what's his nickname? Nation? Number 1 beast? The nation's number 1 beast. Self-proclaimed? I don't know. But anyway, the dude is fast. You know, he can sprint on a dime.
He's certainly got great closing speed. But I would be willing to bet money that on a course like this where it's going to be complete fitness.
Yeah, and look at Longo. He's not afraid to stick his nose in the wind. Jacob Longo at the front.
There it is. Eli Watson getting across, essentially welding it together. And surprisingly, they have brought it back. This sets the stage for an incredible counterattack opportunity. It has all come together, and I love to see it. Eli Watson going solo off the front. Phenomenal. Carrying speed. using every bit of rubber attached to his rims, leaning the tires at a 45-degree angle, making it stick. Rex Roberts following him across. Let's see if they can get a little bit of a gap in this headwind. It's going to be difficult.
Like Bruce Springsteen says, you cannot start a fire without a spark. I saw sparks off Eli Watson's rear. I saw what you saw. I'm talking about his rim. Yeah, he went chatter through that corner, held it up, got a little bit loose. No panic in the attic, no static. Way to roll. Eli Watson, 14 years old. This kid has a future, no doubt about it.
I'm genuinely excited to watch Jack and Eli progress as the years go by. Rex Roberts on the front, low and pro. Nope, that's going to be Chris Hildreth, not to be mistaken for. They both have a very unique position when they get on the hoods. Very aerodynamic, but perfect timing on that one. They seem to have sat up, which this race has been full gas. So it's really setting the stage for iSpeed and teams with numbers to continue sending guys. You can only sprint for so long, and I've watched repeatedly our nation's top sprinters, Chris Hildreth, Corey Williams, having to really punch it out of these corners. And you can only do that so long before something has to escape. The question is, who's going to be in it when it does go? So as of now, with another 3 new guys off the front, looks like Corey Williams, rider from SoCal Cycling, and an iSpeed rider will get their names and numbers as they come by.
Thomas Fuller has really been doing his yeoman share at the front with iSpeed felt. We've seen Giovanni also pull through. We've seen Dylan Gary as that break fractures to 3. Corey Williams in the move, position number 2. Rex Roberts, Austin Carroll. That's Austin Carroll. And Dylan Gary, yesterday's winner at Boulevard, in the move. Hovering at about 5-6 seconds.
Austin Carroll looking incredibly motivated. This is the second breakaway he's found himself in. My hunch is that Chris Hildreth and, let's see who else is a hitter, maybe an iSpeed rider is waiting to make others chase. You know what it's going to be? Brandon York is going to hope to jump across if that becomes threatening. If he has anything left from his Category 2 race where he lapped the field. But our next threatening move of the day, very high chance that this race ends in a breakaway. I will be genuinely surprised if it comes down to a bunch sprint. But on the flip side, we have a depth of fitness of all the races. This race has the most collective matches. Each one of these guys could do 30 full gas 1-minute efforts, while the lower categories not so much.
And look at them coming through. Our 3 riders off the front right now. Immaculate through that corner. Unscathed. I think there's 2 words that I can think of right now that rhymes. Nutrition and attrition. Those are 2 operative words as we're seeing a reduction in the peloton. Riders getting pulled. To your point, Ronnie Toth, it's like sprinting time and again. Sometimes it's hard to see with the naked eye, but that is actually what's happening through every corner. It is absolutely savage determination to stick that will in front of you as they ride like their hair's on fire.
Absolutely. A race of attrition, bringing that breakaway dream to fruition.
You got to have the nutrition right coming in. You got to have the right sugar levels and hydration because, yes, it's around about 80 degrees, kind of windy. But it takes calories to burn. You got to throw another log on the fire. The calories are burning rapidly, exponentially.
So when you were racing for a race of 75 minutes, would you take added sugar on board as far as calories in your water or gel? Or what was your game plan?
Yeah, gel for sure, right? I mean, or back in my day, back in the 1880s, honey was working, right? Right? On track and field, the little golden bear of honey. That was the key. That was the pro-choice of the 80s. Goo was something that we used to do for caulking. You know, if you had an issue with a space between your countersinks, right?
Sort out the bathtub when it's misbehaving and leaking.
Goo spelled G-U. Hey, look, it looks like Eli Watson again making a move. The Watson brothers consistent. They are no longer just kind of the pride of the local neighborhood. They have ascended to something called consistency. And That is the goal, is it not? To be consistently great, because bros ride bikes.
Jack Watson was actually just given the opportunity to race in Europe for a bit. He just got back from there about 2 weeks ago. And nothing will give you confidence like racing with some of the world's best youth. It does seem that this is the point where a winning breakaway could go. I see guys getting tired that are typically not tired. But then again, this is a pro race. We'll see exactly how many 40-20s these lads have done in training. That's Tommy Fang double dipping, did our Category 2 race.
Yeah, that's Fang indeed. Tommy Fang riding for Team 6 out of Redlands, California. There at the point there, back to the break. Austin Carroll in the bright fire engine red helmet. There he's positioned rider number 3 in the break. Austin Carroll taking a good tug and rolling off. Eli Watson in no man's land. Can he itch? Can he claw across that move? Gonna have to go deep, deep, deep. Eli Watson on the move.
You know, a factor that could play a role in this, as I mentioned, Chris Hildreth is in the overall leaders jersey for the California Racing Series. He's just coming off a crash maybe 2 weeks ago. Could definitely factor into him not having the legs he normally would to jump across this. I would say of the guys that are left, Brandon York and Tommy Fang probably have the best chance of getting across. But the problem is those two both just raced a hard Category 2 race where they lapped the field and were off the front for 45 minutes, essentially doing an FTP test or 2. This
and
could
now
be it.
Watson joined by Giovanni with iSpeed Felt. For iSpeed Felt, failure is not an option in terms of animating every race they suit up for. Brian McCulloch, the wily veteran, has also coached these guys up. Brian McCulloch's message to the team there at the tailgate is to ride aggressive, throw knives, right? Take chances, take risks, and have fun.
And wear your seatbelt. After being in that Charger, I'm sure you can relate.
Yeah, man, we're going Mach 13 through this stretch right here, whipping it up like loose electricity in that Charger. Your 3 leaders on the road right now. Welcome to the park here at Upland, California. It's not lowland, it is upland, and it is oh so pretty. John Garbo taking a tug at the front.
See, this is where we find out if Chris Hildreth has bounced back from his crash. So he's sitting second wheel, where he's going to soon be given the choice to sprint, try and get across that breakaway, or to pull the guys behind him and try and just close the gap. Oh, this should be very telling with the next 30 seconds here to see what sort of fitness Chris Hildreth is working with. So he has not sprinted and tried to jump across. I don't see a ton of power going down. He's just taking his turn, letting other guys help. That kind of lets me know he's feeling the crash. If this race were to come down to a sprint, that's putting most of the cards for Corey Williams. Chris Hildreth is the only one out here that's going to be able to out-sprint if it comes down to sprint, but we very well could have a breakaway.
Well, certainly, if you're in a break and you got to sprint against Corey Williams, you are swimming with sharks. Our 3 riders well organized right now, but it's still on the same stretch. They are not out of sight. Here comes iSpeed at the front with the attrition and the nutrition, topping off their levels, getting the sugar right, getting that high-octane fuel. I don't think this break is going to make it. If you have iSpeed on the organized chase, I like their verve, their tenacity, their brazen attempts to go to the front, not afraid to the front. Those 3 riders, see, it is really tenuous right now. The heat is on.
Realistically, at this point, the only riders that have the strength to get across that or bring it back would be Tommy Fang, John Garbo, Brandon York, and Chris Hildreth. Chris Hildreth is going to be hesitant to try and bring it back because the counterattack is going to go, and you want to be able to go with the counterattack. So the next 2 laps, we should probably have our answer as to whether that breakaway is going to stay away.
Well, Fuller is joined by a triad. Remember, that's why I tip the hat to the fact that he's also with Giovanni and Dylan Geary. Merchandise Preem on the line. Merchandise up for grabs. Merchandise Preem on the line. Merchandise. Who wants it? Oh, so nice.
There's going to be a Fabric brand multi-tool and Dura Ace hat. Shimano Dura Ace hat. For our pinky up fancy crowd, it's going to be Durace on top of your cabeza. Dura Ace hat and Fabric multi-tool to the winner of this next lap. So the Peloton has definitely let off the gas here. The gap has gone out. Here's another interesting bit to be aware of. Somebody may have the fitness to bring the brake back, but if they're a breakaway rider, they bring it back. They're just going to get counterattacked. And by the time they brought it back, they're not going to have the legs to go with the next move. So it's almost a very frustrating place to be when you're a breakaway rider that has missed the break and you don't have the explosive power to bridge across to it. Speaking of, there's our breakaway, Austin Carroll, Corey Williams.
And so Ice Speed picking up the Preem once again, Dylan Geary.
And help has been ordered. Looks like Tommy Fang and Thomas Fuller trying to go across. Believe that was Tommy Fang and Thomas Fuller. Thomas Fuller coming off of Redlands. Great fitness. This is the test right here. If 25 minutes into a pro 1-2-3 race with lots of corners, do you have the gas to get across to a 3-man breakaway? They're absolutely on the limit. Gaps opening up single file. You see how there's about 1 bike length gap between each rider? That means everybody is all in. Nobody's quite on the wheel.
Monumental effort just to come through, to your point, Ronnie Toth. And Ice Speed Felt has picked up all of the Preems. Thomas Fuller going on the first opportunity and second opportunity. Dylan Geary picking up the third Preem. Ice Speed in the house today, no doubt about it. Our 3-man breakaway coming through. And to your point, starting to build on the time advantage. More than a full stretch at this point.
And can we get our women's podium? In third place, that's going to be Mary Joyce Monton. In second place, Paige Kostanecki. And in first place, Colleen Golick. Women's podium. It's going to be just west of the start-finish line. Women's podium, top 3, please report to the start-finish line.
And thank you to Tom Beachman for making the audio so clean and crisp and bright. Thomas Beachman, my friend, thank you. And I just got some information from Mr. Beachman, a 16-second time advantage right now on the 3-man break. We are at 16 seconds. 20 seconds is kind of a magic number for David Worthington. When you've got the 20, yeah, that's a real deal. That's a card to be played and a tough card to be dealt if you're not in the move. Ice Speed okay with this. Simpatico, 16-second time gap. The chase is on, 16 seconds in arrears. Something is afoot, and it's up the road. To inaccurately quote Yogi Berra, cycling is 90% mental, and the other half is physical.
Clever. Another interesting factor here is that is Austin Carroll of Team 6. So that kind of neutralizes one of the strongest riders in the field, Chris Hildreth, who's been known to lap the field as well as be one of the nation's top sprinters. A few times he's gone head-to-head with Corey Williams duking it out. So we've kind of neutralized Chris Hildreth, Austin Carroll, Corey Williams, and Dylan Geary in the break. Always something to be aware of is what riders are in the break and which strong teammates do they have back in the peloton that are doing nothing. possibly even sitting up in corners to let gaps go. Rex Roberts, also on Team 6, sitting third wheel. Tommy Fang, they have depth, but they're really having to put their trust that Austin Carroll can finish this off with Corey Williams. If I was Team 6, I would not be willing to take that bet of leaving Austin Carroll to duke it out with Corey Williams in a sprint. Team 6 most certainly needs to stack that breakaway and send at least one more rider across to be able to wrestle these sprinters into submission.
Hey, yes, and look at the chase. It's really shrinking like a cheap suit as there's so much attrition lap after lap. The heat is on. But I do like Ice Speed's chance of getting the top 3, and maybe they can stack the top 5. They've got good numbers out there. Ice Speed felt, it seems like, you know, the expression, when you see a fork in the road, take it. That's what Ice Speed is about, going for it. Maybe it's not the winning move, but they're always going to give up a fight. They've got that left-right combo. And great to see Dylan Gary representing yesterday, winning at Boulevard, one of the toughest road races in all of California, now making the break. And the heat is certainly on. The chase is red hot.
So this is the move right here. First time we've seen Brandon York. Good indicator here of where he's at as far as fatigue level. He has sat up and asked for help. So lets me know that 40-minute functional threshold power test that he did earlier, being off the front, lapping the field in the Category 2 race, may have taken it out of him. Brandon York, probably one of the only remaining riders other than Chris Hildreth and Rex Roberts that could jump across or bring that back, which essentially green lights. There are 3 that are up the road to stay away.
All right, we're at the halftime show right now. It's 37 minutes into a 75-minute race, and we've seen so much action. Why? Because it started at kilometer 0, and it has not let off. It has been full gas from the beginning. 37 minutes to go of a 75. Was Rex Roberts positioned about 4 or 5 back in the chase.
Yeah, so reading faces, everybody's about on the limit there. I don't see anybody from that group finding some sudden motivation to bridge across or fall on their sword and light it up on the front. If I had to bet, I would say that our breakaway has been selected for the day. 37 minutes remaining. We shall see if the minor heat and the medium wind shall play any factor in wearing down our breakaway.
I mean, I guess it's possible that we can still see another situation where we lap the field, but I don't. The chase is still going, and this idea that you can just, I don't know, just bounce up to the break, it's not so easy, mate. To draw a comparison in boxing, everybody's got a plan until they're punched in the neck. And you get off the mat, and it seems like you're breathing through a cocktail straw. Asphyxiation kicks in big time. It is red hot. Upland, California has delivered. This is a unique race with a beautiful atmosphere. Welcome, everybody, to Upland, California.
Our main event of the day, men's Pro 1-2-3. I like that Mike Tyson's quote. Nice Mike Tyson quote. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. The cycling equivalent would be everyone's got a plan until there's a 3-man breakaway up the road. Most of the big teams are neutralized, and we're doing 35 miles per hour into a crosswind.
Yep. And fatigue makes cowards of us all, yeah? Those 3 guys, they're working together so well. They're inducing the fatigue, right? They're delivering, and they're dealing the pain. Of course, they are dealing with their own pain right now. They're having conversations in their head to embrace the pain, to block the pain, and hopefully to ride through the pain. Here they come right now through the red kite. A little chitter, a little chatter.
Heads up, heads up, heads up. Watch for racers.
Being in the park, you know, there's a wild animal park next to the animal shelter. Sometimes we'll let out a few exotic animals. Right, there actually is an animal shelter here in the park. There's also an epic skate park that was inducted into the Skateboarding Hall of Fame. These guys are on the pipeline right now, shredding it. Gnarly edges as they come bursting through the corners.
So as a factor that we have not yet considered, SoCal Cycling has 2 riders and nobody in the break. So they need to be putting in work on the front, even if it ends the race via a counterattack down the road. But my hunch is they don't have the depth of fitness to be able to go on the front, tempo at 27 miles per hour, try and bring that back. I would say about 70% chance that break of 3 is gone, and maybe 30% chance that they lap the field. All depends on their motivation and if it benefits them. I would say it benefits Corey Williams the most to lap the field. Ice Speed rider probably wants to stay off the back. His best chance, Dylan Geary, is probably to stay off the back and have it stay the 3-man cage fight that it is. We touched on this in a few earlier races, but providing help, even though they're not wearing the same jersey, other riders are going to close gaps for you. The best possible move for any one of these 3 riders in the breakaway would be to get within striking distance of the back of the peloton and solo get across. But the gap does seem to be coming down a little bit. They don't seem as completely gone as they were before.
And that was Sam Wade with SoCal Cycling in the Fire Engine Red kit. So maybe they heard your voice there on the PA, Ronnie, because now SoCal Cycling getting to the front. But do remember, Jacob Longo already made a huge college try earlier, so he's recovering still from that move. But Longo was riding like a banshee early on in this race. He went post haste, and now he's back in the field. But now bringing his teammate Sam Wade to the front. SoCalCycling.com, your source of cycling news, really, since 1993.
I can imagine it's very frustrating on this course to be able to look across and see who you're chasing up there, knowing that they're a quick shortcut across the Rose Garden, but not quite being able to find the chutzpah to bring them back.
Will Pitt, we've got a rider that is going to need a change being attended to now. Rider looking at me to bring him a wheel. I'm about as useful as an ashtray on a motorbike right now with that. Yeah, the sun is out, and remember, if you want the rainbow, you've got to tolerate the rain. And let's find out who will be the king of Route 66. Who's going to get their kicks on the old 66 today? This the finale, the signature event. Our men, Pro 1-2, out on course. Peering through the oak trees, green fields, a majestic day here in Upland. Our 3-man breakaway with laser focus, riding very well together. Certainly with this technical course, concentration is required, and the meek need not apply. Our top 3, we'd like to bring up our top 3 in the Women's Pro 1-2. A beautiful backdrop, the royal purple Jacaranda purple backdrop is fabulous. Taking third step today, riding for Austin Outlaws, Mary Joyce Montan. A brilliant ride from this rider, also with Austin Outlaws. Taking second today, Paige Kostanecki. And taking top step, top of the pyramid, Colleen Golek, riding for Team Skyline in solo fashion, making ribbons of the field. Congratulations, ladies. Monton, Gostanecki, and Gulick.
We had a rider get a flat, grab a wheel. He's fighting to get back on right now. Next 20 seconds, we'll find the answer. He's got the legs to get back on. Unfortunately, there was an attack that went just as he got back on. That's always hard. Yeah, they are full gas, strung out. It's going to be very difficult for him to get back. But he's within striking distance. All depends on how well you can corner. Come on, bud. We're rooting for you. Make that 1999 USPS wheel look good. Come on, up, up, up. We're rooting for you. Get back on. Free wheel day. Come on, everything. Get there. They're going to let up. They're going to let up in 20 seconds. I can feel it. I think he's going to do it, folks. You know, there's a race within a race. Got to root for the underdog every now and then. As long as nobody attacks right now, he should be good. My man. Boom, he's safe, folks. His bullets are gone, but he's back on. So our chase, you guys are looking about 19-second gap. 19-second. The race is not over. You just got to find that motivation deep within. 19 seconds. SoCal Cycling needs to go to the front, bring this back. One of the only big teams not represented. Brandon York, breakaway artist, is just itching to jump across. If that gap gets down to 10, 12 seconds, Brandon York will jump across. Granted, he did a 40-minute FTP test earlier, lapping the field in the Category 2 race. I'm here with Tyler Mize. She's going to give us the rundown how it went during the women's pro race. She's a scrappy lady, fighting the good fight. Partner, teammate, lover, friend of Corey Lockwood. So what was it like out there in the wind? What was the hardest parts of the course? Where could you find the conditions be used to your advantage? Give us the rundown, Tyler.
You know, it's just a very technical course. Right off the bat, Paige launched a killer attack. Couldn't follow that one. Found myself in no man's land for a second, and then there's just a lot of chaos on the course. It's a short course. So, yeah, it's a very short course. So, I just wanted to get some interval work in at that point and just wanted to get a workout, an expensive workout.
I'll pause you for 1 second. So as predicted, Brandon York trying to go across solo. I said when it got down to 10, 12 seconds, but I think he's aware, did not have the patience for that. Tyler, give us some life advice. You got anything for us?
There's so many things to choose from.
Well, let's stick to bikes, knowing our audience here. What's been something in training that you did wrong and something you've done right? Maybe help out the younger listeners that might be paying in.
I would take the time to invest in skills. Cornering, getting comfortable on the bike. It would go a really long way. You get injured a lot less. Don't catch COVID. COVID really sucks. I had it a month ago. It's just been kicking my butt right now. But it's been nice to be able to get back out and race and get out here with the ladies, let them kick my rear.
You still have all your teeth. That's always a good sign. Thank you for the advice, Tyler. Have a good rest of your weekend.
All right, Tyler Mize, we appreciate you saying hello. Good to see your smiling face out on course like Willy Wonka. The suspense is terrible. I hope it should last. And last it will indeed. We're looking at about 25 minutes to go in this bike race in our men Pro 1-2 getting down to the nitty and to the gritty. Like I said, you can't start a fire without a spark, and it has been lit. They shot out like a Polaris missile out of the gun, out of the gate, 88. This has been fantastic. What a beautiful environment indeed. These riders on fire. It's going to take more foam than the house party in Ibiza to put out the fire. Who can douse this break? Looking around about 17-second time gap. We're going to confirm that. It's been holding steady, not tumbling like Jenga blocks, not tumbling like marbles down the Grand Canyon just yet. And this looks like it could be York now going with that splashy Kingfisher blue kit. That is indeed Brandon York on turn number 1. Full throttle. He has seen the bull, and he's holding the bull by the proverbial horns. Brandon York on a bust out.
That was all of our cream rising to the top. That was Tommy Fang trying to get across to Brandon York. The problem is nobody has the explosive pop to get fully free and to go across solo, so it's just going to weld it together, and then the weaker guys are going to look at the stronger guys, and they're just going to end up losing time. That's how I see it playing out. But the next half lap should kind of give our answer. We have massive gaps opening up, sitting at around 18-second gap from our break of 3 that has been out there since lap 2, lap 3. See how much time is remaining in our race. Definitely getting down to the final few dozen of minutes. 22 minutes left. David Worthington, give us your thoughts.
Well, my thoughts are one of my teachers told me that Mr. Worthington, one of the most important things in life is to discern between the wheat and the chaff. And it is absolutely all about reality right now. Those 3 riders being chased by these 3 or 4. Those guys up there want to go very fast as they come through turn number 4, that left-hander. And here's the chase about to enter turn number 3, the first right-hander. And what is sort of a figure 8 course out here, a combi pool. It's a square connected to a circle. A beautiful course, highly intriguing. And it truly is getting down to the nitty-gritty, into the heat of the meat. It is not pretty time. It's gritty time. Always be gritty. Criterium Racing, born in the USA, does not get any better than this. You have found the epicenter of dreams, and the dream is still alive. 3 riders rolling the big biscuit. And if you want the full biscuit, you gotta risk it. Sweet Harmony in Upland, California. The break slipping away.
The gap is coming down. We're sitting at 16 seconds right now. 16 seconds, guys. I know you're gassed, but they're not gone. What we need to do, I'm just going to tell you what to do. You need to destroy Rex Roberts for the sake of Chris Hildreth. Rex, time to lay on the sword, bro. Chris Hildreth's got a sprint to win. Wait, or vice versa. If you think Rex can take Corey. But that break ain't coming back on its own. Nothing great happens on accident. See, what we need is a Corey Lockwood out here just to lap the field twice. Maybe clip in the left leg halfway through it. But things get cattywampus when you don't have the dawn of the peloton. Just ripping people's legs off. The wind seems to have died down a little bit. Sitting right around 20 minutes. 20 minutes remaining. 20 minutes left of suffering, boys. I'm always looking at my clock, like, how much do we have left? Or more like, look, how many more minutes do I have to try and sneak up the road? Said 2017 me. It's a different man. I'm more of a sitting in, chopping wheels and copping fields these days.
All right, and gritting
Austin
his
Carroll.
That's indeed correct. Austin Carroll gritting his teeth. The faces of pain cannot be concealed no longer. This is amazing. The goose starting to get cooked. We can smell the aroma. It's getting finger licking good here in Upland, California. It has been game on from 0 kilometer. What a show indeed, and thank you for supporting GoFast in Upland, showing solidarity and support for Patrick Carroll and his entire team. For those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, well, you'd be sadly mistaken. It does indeed take teamwork to make this dream work. 3 riders carving it up, clean, immaculate, tearing up the tarmac like loose electricity. He's ready, he's steady, and he's go. Who's going to be the king of Route 66? Time to get your kicks and your picks. What is the over-under? If it's 50-50, do you wager on the breakaway, or do you pick the pack? And the pack looking a wee bit ragged at the back.
The gap went up on that. We're up to 22 seconds. It comes down. Guys lose motivation or legs, and the guys chasing them, they don't have the legs to help. Realistically, there's probably only 3 to 4 riders that could get close to bringing it back, but they're afraid of going all in to bring it back because the guys behind them might try and jump over the top if they get it close. So it's this catch-22 of missing the break. Once you miss the breakaway, you're in a bad spot because you're having to worry about the guys behind you, counterattacking you, and in front, you just go all in, and may the best man win. During the last few laps, we will see some cat and mouse, but right now, seems to be pretty much even pulls between these 3.
And these guys are locked like a jigsaw puzzle, almost touching each other's rims there, kissing it very close. Pain is temporary, but the dream lasts forever. Certainly, Corey Williams has won so many monumental wins, so little time here to go through his list of palmares. And with these tight corners, it does indeed get extremely technical. It's about not scrubbing speed as we go to lap cards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on lap cards with 9 laps to go. Nuevo Niner. Here we go. It's nothing finer than being here right now in Upland, California.
So we're seeing Eli Watson of the Bros Ride Bikes, Jack and Eli Watson, coming to the front, putting in work. He may just be saying to himself, look, I paid my money. I don't race for 4th. I'm going to get a workout, see if I can chip into this breakaway. There's been a few times in my racing endeavors where you think, okay, look, I'm here. I paid. I don't want to get lapped. I don't want to have the breakaway win. I'm just going to chase. All depends on who's in it.
9 to go. 9 laps to go. Our 3-man breakaway.
But I would say about 80 to 90% chance that is our podium right there, barring an unforeseen event. Hey, it's bike racing. Any given Sunday, Mother's Day Sunday, anything can happen.
And here's Eli Watson, not afraid to do some wind sampling with 9 laps to go. Eli Watson at the tip. 24-second time gap. 24-second time gap.
Eli Watson, 8.5 years old, ripping legs off. I'm just kidding. Eli's 14, but it's just about as impressive as he were 8. I am most excited to watch Eli and Jack as they come up through the categories. Eli and Jack should both be getting to Category 1 by 15, maybe 16 years old, and they truly have the potential to make a career out of it, at least to be a Continental Pro. I say, look, risk it for the biscuit while you're young. Maybe try and get a college scholarship to one of these cycling schools like in Colorado. That way you can maybe get a tangible degree for something useful that the world needs.
You can always follow the jet straps and go to Milligan in Tennessee with 8 laps to go. And there's Corey Williams in that white Belizean kit, looking very strong. All these riders very composed. Corey Williams, avoiding grabbing any brakes whatsoever. No brakes is on Corey Williams' license plate. No brakes. If you clutch the brakes, you are out. Ice Speed Felt now at the front. Hotting up the speed is again Thomas Fuller, full stick. Man alive, good heavens, it has been on from lap 1. Unloading the watts. The wattage cottage has been burned to a crisp. Running out of matches here with 8. It's going to be 7 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to your hats. 7 to go.
So in real terms that we're used to on a 1 mile crit course, you're looking at 3.5 miles. So we're essentially in the final 3 laps here. 3.5 miles remaining. 3.5 miles, 3.5 miles, gents.
And here we go. This is the Terrella course, the head of the race with 7 to go. Our 3-man breakaway, riding simpatico, riding on fire and well organized. Chase is definitely on as iSpeed is peeling off 100, 200. There goes Tommy Tom Fuller. Full gas, turn number 1.
You can feel the pain when these riders are standing up, kind of for no reason. Not only when they're sprinting, they're just standing up because they are out of seated power. There's just a point in fatigue in the ride where the only way to accelerate is to stand. You no longer have the ability to seated accelerate. That only works when you're fresh. But our peloton seems to be sitting up. They seem content with conceding that is indeed all she wrote. And today is a 4th place face. 4th place face, that's a face you make when you realize you thought you got 3rd, but they don't call your name and you show 4th place face.
N+1 and our 3-man breakaway with 6 laps to go, giving it their all, holding off the hungry pack.
3 miles remaining for our lead pack of 3.
And remember, Kings rule together. Our team from Philadelphia representing here today. We had a text message from Rasan Bahati watching from London. And, well, hello, mates. Here we go. We've got chips and steaks at the front. My goodness gracious, it has been one heck of a race. A 20-second time gap, just tumbling a bit, just a fraction of erosion on that time advantage.
You know, cycling entails so many factors. If these 10 riders were to say, look, we're all going to work together and we all catch them or none of them catch them, they could bring back those 3. I'd be 80% chance. But because of the team dynamics, because of the strategy, nobody wants to go and sacrifice themselves for the other 9. So
5 laps to go.
Our breakaway is likely gone, 2.5 miles remaining. The question is, will they cat and mouse enough and screw around enough to let the peloton get close? I don't think so. I think most of these riders are going to be content. They'll say, top 3. I'm okay with that. I'm probably not going to be able to outsprint Corey Williams. I'm content with 3rd. Let's just take this to the line.
Taking it to the line with 5 laps to go. A flyer on the left. There goes York. Send lawyers, guns, and money, for it has hit the fan. Hey now, Upland, California. It is a block party at 39 miles an hour.
You know, this is an interesting move from Brandon York. It didn't seem like a full gap attack where he was trying to get a gap. It seems like he was trying to have other guys get on his wheel so he can have help in trying to weld it together. He saw Team 6 on the front trying to bring it back, and he's saying, okay, look, maybe if I give these guys a hard half a lap, maybe they won't jump over the top. Maybe they'll help me as well. But I would say that they're gone. Looking at 4 laps to go.
4 laps to go. It's about finding laminar flow out here on course, trying to avoid the eddies that can come up naturally, finding that proper line choice, even in the group of 3. It might as well feel like 30, because if you blink, if you come off the apex, you are out.
Yeah, the gap has gone up. I would say these guys are definitely racing for fourth place. About a half a lap gap. So this is going to change the dynamic. Once the possibility of catching the break is no longer in question, they're going to begin racing to win the bunch sprint for no other reason than just ego or bragging rights.
Yeah, that chase is fraught with indecision right now, fraught with maybe potential disappointment. No.